Yes, he showed up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll start to get ourselves started here. I know we're about 15 minutes late so far, so if you don't mind wrapping up your morning conversations. I know the best part of WQCC is, in fact, the ability to connect with each other, so appreciate the patience. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. It is an incredible pleasure to be your MC today. This is the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, our yearly meeting. I now bring this meeting to order. I just want to thank everyone for traveling from near and far across the state to be here with us this morning. This is an incredible convening, an incredible group. We are here all assembled, the water boards of the California State and regional water quality control boards. And just a few quick announcements for everyone here at the start. This is a hybrid meeting, so we actually have virtual participants, and they are joining us here on the Zoom platform. And those are all other regional board members here that weren't able to make it in person. This year is our highest attendance at this point since coming back from COVID. So really just appreciate everyone coming back here and joining us. There are name tags in the back, the agenda as well. There should be some printed copies if you need them. And on each one of your tables is a QR code. There's also a link that was shared with everyone that you should have. And for those of you that are inclined, please do submit your questions digitally here. We can keep better track of them, have more engagement. And here is just a test this morning. If you would like, if you scan the QR codes and go to the Slido app, I will here initiate a question this morning, and just we'll create a quick word cloud. And the question is around just a word that you all think describes the last year. It's been, I know it continues to be incredibly busy these years that we're all together, but here I'll pull up this app and see if we all can try to see how this works. So it should be live and you should all be able to see the question. So as we're going through this morning's introduction, if you have a chance to add to the word cloud, a word here that represents how this last year has been for you all, that would be great. Quickly, just emergency evacuation procedures, just notice the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and just await further instruction. Please also mute your phones so that there isn't too much distraction during today's discussions. Also, lunch will be provided. If you don't mind all providing $20 to Meredith, it covers coffee, snacks, breakfast pastries, and lunch for the next couple of days, and really appreciate everyone. Also, the full briefing booklet for WQCC is up on the webpage. So if you don't all have a link to that, I know it should have gone around by email. Just let us know. It's on the Water Board's website, so you should be able to find it relatively easy from there as well. And that has all of your information insofar as a photo book with all the regional board members and their bios. We don't have time here in the morning for introductions. It would take way too long, unfortunately, but please do peruse that. Mix and mingle here amongst yourselves as well, amongst the regions. And I do want to acknowledge our Water Board's members, Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan here from the State Board. Really appreciate everyone's attendance and this incredible crew. Without too much further ado, I think that gets us through all of the announcements and gets us to now then our first panel, which is our Governor's Office Cali EPA Water Board's leadership update. And so we'll call up Morgan Carvajal, Anna Melendez, Joe Karkowski, and Michael Offer. And joining us during the panel will be Yana Garcia virtually as well, our secretary. Go ahead and come on up, everyone. We just get. All right. Well, getting straight into WQCC this year, I just want to first kick things over to Morgan Carvajal, and just thank you so much for attending and continuing to be our shepherd here through the appointments process and continuing to find the best and brightest out there to serve on our regional boards. I know all of us are very fortunate for your leadership and personal touch amongst us. So thanks for joining us again this year, and would kick it over to you if you have any thoughts, announcements, things that you'd like to address folks here this morning with.
Sure. Oh, here we go. Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for having me again this year. We just got through a round of reappointments, so we're looking in pretty good shape. But we have a lot of work to do, as you all know, to fill vacancies. I mean, I am here to answer any questions that you all have. Our priority before the end of the year is going to be filling a few of the vacancies on a few of your boards. I know some of us have 3 vacancies on a few of the boards. I am hoping to be able to put at least 1 or 2 new board members on those boards before the end of the year. Again, our process heavily depends on the governor and the governor's schedule. We do, as you all know, a very thorough vetting of each of the candidates that come in front of us, and that potentially will go in front of the governor. We have a lot of folks that do vet out in that process. Obviously, as you all know, because you've been through this process before, it can take a little bit of time. So patience is always appreciated, but also recommendations are always appreciated. And I know that if you do make recommendations, they may not all make it through, and I may not be able to share with you why those candidates haven't made it through, just for purposes of keeping confidentiality of the candidates. But that we do look into each of them, and we do try to move those folks forward. And we do have a lot of conversations with not only our appointments unit, but also with our cabinet team, with our agency leaders in this space. And we all come together to really make sure we're making the best recommendations. You are all obviously in your communities and the best and brightest in this space. And so when you do send me names, just know I do look into each of them, and I am hoping to move them forward. So please do continue doing that. And again, I'm here to answer any questions that you have, whether it be about the appointment process or about what the governor's priorities in the appointment space are going to be for the next couple of years.
Thank you so much, Morgan. I don't know if there are any questions for Morgan here, or we can also go through our panels and panelists rather, and save questions for the end. Also, I will make sure that the Slido app here, and appreciate, we have about 20 participants that participated in the word cloud, and we'll put the results of that up in the back here. I will make sure that there's a section here for this panel, and you can start adding your questions there as well. But maybe what we can do is just move on to our next panelist and then have questions gathered at the end better. And I believe our next speaker is Anna Melendez.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all. Thank you for being here and inviting me. Anna Melendez, Legislative Director for the State Water Boards. This year, you should all have, by the way, included in your materials, a list of the highest priority bills that we did track that were of highest priority for the water boards, including the regional water boards and state water boards. There is still continuing to be a lot of movement in the legislature and a lot of interest in water issues generally, drinking water, groundwater quality, water rights as well. This is the first, we just ended the first year of a 2-year session. So the legislature is adjourned until January. They will come back in January. They will continue to take up 2-year bills. The governor at this point has signed and or vetoed all the bills that were presented to him at the very end of session when the legislature adjourned on September 14th. So at this point, all the legislative actions and the governor's actions have been taken. There are a number of 2-year bills that are still, as we call them, active, meaning they can continue being worked on when the legislature reconvenes in January. And we will be continuing to facilitate discussions, meeting with the legislative members, their staff, other interested parties to provide technical assistance on those measures. I think just to highlight some dynamics and other legislative interests going on right now, I would say, as you probably, some of you might be aware, we did have a change in speakership this past year that did trigger, and some, not a lot, but some changes in chairmanships and committee makeups. I would anticipate perhaps some additional changes in that, those chairmanships and committee makeups here before January, by the time the legislature reconvenes. And we're also anticipating a change in the Senate leadership as well. The Senate, the Democratic caucus has elected a new Senate pro tem. I mentioned that in part, right, because it does change, it can change the tenor of the conversations and what the legislature looks like as the committees, the policy committees and budget committees change in chairmanships and their members as well. And it can change what bills are moved forward, what bills make it through the entire process. We still have 2 water rights bills that are 2-year bills. You've probably heard and seen some headlines. We did have one bill that's SB 389, that's a water rights bill that was presented to the governor relative to investigating the basis of rights for senior water rights holders and riparians. That did get signed into law. We also have some additional groundwater adjudication measures that were presented to the governor, the legislature, and I would say the administration as well continues to be interested in water supply mechanisms. So I would anticipate some of those bills continuing to move forward in terms of projects and how best to facilitate water supply projects. And the other issue that I would anticipate and highlight for you that you all probably have heard about and continue to heard about are bond bills. So bond measures were made 2-year bills. So those are actionable beginning in January. And it's still very much unclear exactly what will move forward and how the legislature will package those bond bills. So we anticipate a busy a second year of the session when we return in January. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. I know it has been an incredibly busy legislative session, continues to be, and we just appreciate the continued work of your office and certainly also the legislature and the governor's office. This incredible opportunities we continue to have to look at the board's work, continue to improve upon it, and I just appreciate the trust that you've been able to better create with the legislature and the responsiveness. It means a lot. And so looking here to folks, and do know on the Slido app, the Q&A portion is just Q&A. So just add in your questions as you would like for the panel. There's no, kind of call out for the panel Q&A on it. But does anyone here in the room have any verbal questions for Anna? And again, we can keep those to the end here as well. Actually, I'll just do that so that we can keep moving through the panelists and then have discussion here at the end across what is, I know, a broad swath of work and leadership. And so now I would kick things to Joe Karkoski.
Thanks, Joaquin. Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Karkoski. I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance. So I'd like to highlight a few things from our funding program. So we have 35 or 40 funding programs. I won't go through all of those. I thought I'd highlight a few that would be of most interest. So one is our site cleanup sub-account program. So one of the pieces of legislation that was approved by the governor was AB 1115, which extended the underground storage tank cleanup fund. A portion of that fund is used for the site cleanup sub-account program. So these funds can be used to address contamination from groundwater contamination, surface water contamination. We've mostly focused on cleanup of old dry cleaner sites, and it's not a lot. It's $34 million a year. So back in April, the board changed the resolution and our methodology for evaluating and ranking projects for the site cleanup sub-account program. So that was the first time in 7 years. So the board did ask us to come back and report on how things are going. We're going to do that at the November 8th board meeting. So there'll be an information item. We've met with a group of stakeholders a couple of times, and then in the last 2 weeks, met with a lot of your staff from all of the regions involved in the site cleanup program. So we're looking at potential modifications to the scoring methodology that was used, as well as maybe some potential changes to the resolution, but we'll be talking to the state board about that. And just for context, the largest kind of pivot from the resolution was a focus from primarily on human health and environmental risk factors to also weighting about a 50% weight to disadvantaged and environmental justice communities. So that was a big point of emphasis of the changes. And just for context, we have $34 million a year, and it costs about $5 million roughly from site assessment to full cleanup. So it kind of gives you a sense of about how many sites we can clean up. We have another 10 years because of the extension of the cleanup fund program. And when the board adopted its resolution and we created a fundable list. So projects that could receive funding, there are about 130 or so project sites, and then about 280 or so total grant applications. So you can see the demand is much greater than the funding that we have available. The other thing I want to talk about is our Clean Water State Revolving Fund. So one of our challenges there is we have limited loan capacity and again, a lot of demand. So we have about $600 million or so in loans that we can provide on a sort of a long-term average basis and around $3 to $4 billion in pending applications. So when we went to the board recently with our intended use plan, so that's the plan for our funding over the upcoming year. We worked with CASA and Water Reuse and other interested parties to try to figure out how to deal with our pending demands and projects that have kind of been on our fundable list for a while. A number of those are obviously, they're all really important. Some are well aligned with the water supply strategy. They're supporting water recycling, water reclamation projects. So what the board adopted was a plan to make sure we're fully funding all of those projects that have been in the queue for a while on what we call our fundable list, a number of new projects. So that's a little over $1.2 billion if they all follow through. And then another $700+ billion the following fiscal year, but then we're going to look at taking a pause or hiatus just to make sure that we maintain our long-term loan capacity. And so loans primarily go out to larger entities. We still have, funding that goes out for our small communities. Both we have federal funds and we also have some state funding. And even there, we have some challenges. So we thought we were going to get a lot more funding than we actually did receive between the bipartisan infrastructure law had quite a bit of additional potential authorized funding for the state revolving funds. Congress has not authorized at those higher levels. They've maintained the appropriation at the same level, but then at the same time, they've reinstituted earmarks. And so those earmarks are kind of coming off the top. So in our base SRF programs, we're actually down greater than 50% below the historical average. Now, one of the things that is allowing us to not suffer too much because of that is that the bipartisan infrastructure law supplemented those base programs. Those supplements, which are fairly significant, are going to end in a couple of years. So that's going to be one of our longer term challenges on the horizon, which will be especially difficult for our small communities that depend on the principal forgiveness or grant portion that we're able to provide from the federal funds. From the state budget side, a couple of years ago, we got $1.3 billion, $650 million for drinking water, $650 million for clean water from a general fund appropriation. In order to help balance this year's budget, $200 million of that was reverted or taken back, but we're supposed to get it in the upcoming fiscal year. But we had to make some changes in terms of our funding priorities for our small community drinking water and clean water grants. So starting kind of on the clean water side, what that means is we're primarily focused on septic to sewer projects, which are pretty big dollar projects in certain communities. Even then, we're keeping a cap at about a $50 million grant, which sounds and is a lot of money to any of us, but when you're talking septic to sewer projects, it doesn't go as far as we'd like. And we're also focusing the funding on addressing compliance issues. So if a regional board has compliance order and a small community needs funding to upgrade their treatment system or whatever they need to address that issue, we're prioritizing funding for those projects. On the drinking water side, we're prioritizing those projects that also have compliance issues that have like a public health, an MCL exceedance, that sort of thing, as well as consolidations. So again, we have in all of these programs a huge demand. On the small community side, we probably have $1 billion in both drinking water and clean water projects, and about half that much available in terms of funding. So I think those were the main things that I wanted to point out. The other thing is we are working on some potential policy changes to the state revolving funds. So we've started some discussion with stakeholders, based on our previous discussions with the board during the adoption of the intended use plans. We're certainly looking at things like emphasizing affordability more. So say on the loan side, loans that we issue are at about half of the rate that a municipality could otherwise get. So that's a big help for those rate payers. So we're going to look at how can we maybe better target where the loans go based on the affordability and for the community to pay those rates. We're also going to be looking at supporting the water supply strategy, so water recycling, stormwater capture, reuse, that sort of thing. And then lastly, you may not be aware, but we can actually issue bonds ourselves. So we plan on doing another bond issuance and probably be several $100 million. And we're able to do that because we issue loans, we get loan repayments, so we can use those that repayment stream to actually leverage that and issue bonds. So we're planning to do that again. So that's my brief summary of DFA. Michael.
Thank you for that, Joe. I'm often reminded that our largest division by staffing is the Division of Financial Assistance, and for good reason. The resources that we're able to put out into communities really help accomplish what is an incredible mission we all collectively have amongst us. And especially in this time of real focus on infrastructure investments, these programs, the decades worth of maturity that have been built into them are coming at a real critical time. But as you noted, we do have challenges in some of the expectations of what the state revolving funds can actually accomplish and what resources are actually being brought into them. So we felt it was really important to make sure and review what is going on in the Division of Financial Assistance here for folks, because you may be getting questions. You all are here connected in your communities and understand the projects that are going on to accomplish, especially on the water quality side with sanitation and recycled water, all the good work that's going on. So just thanks, Joe, for you and the division's real leadership. This last year, we were able to put out $1.2 billion in loans and grants. That's comes off of a year where we did 3.3 billion. And as Joe said, the sustainability of these programs is going to be important, and here continue to make the case for the resources that it's going to take to even fulfill the unfunded applications that are all there that we're really concerned are going to kind of miss an opportunity here. So just thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Please do add any questions you have onto the Slido app, or just raise your hand as we're having the panelists discuss. This is supposed to be a more open and sort of engaging forum. So as we're kind of getting warmed up here in the day, either use the digital form or just raise your hand. But I will kick things over to Mr. Loffer, our Chief Counsel, to go over what I know is a lot of great work going on in his shop and over the last year. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, Michael. I was going to say tomorrow's panel will on the water supply update will connect back to a lot of the information that Joe provided, and we're also trying to do that permitting side, not just the funding side. So, thank you, Michael.
And Joaquin, do we know when the secretary will join at this point?
Yes, 10:30. We'll monitor, and around 10:30 is when she'll join. So we'll just keep having our discussion until she joins, and she'll probably close us out.
Yeah, and folks really should get their questions ready. I intentionally have kept my legal update very short this year. You will be hearing from plenty of attorneys over the next 2 days. There have been some significant developments at the U.S. Supreme Court that are shifting a lot of our priorities and requiring us to do some creative work moving forward. And as I look around the room, there are a few of you who were here back in 2007 or so, the last time we had a significant discussion about Supreme Court decisions. And this time we've decided to break it out into two separate panels, one that will be a legal update and one will be a more practical update from the programmatic view. Before I start with the legal update, I do want to mention one thing. First of all, thank you very much to Morgan. We had all those reappointments come through in the last couple of weeks. And some of you have already had a chance to take your oath again and Joaquin and I were discussing this morning. And for those of you who still need to re-oath, this isn't for the new appointees. I know we've got one new appointee who slipped through an oath over the weekend. But for the reappointments, if you'd like to take your oath, we'll do a mass swearing in tomorrow so that we can make sure that we have the paper copies available for you. Yeah, sorry, poor Eric's already gone out and done his work. But if you want to save yourself $15 or one of your colleagues swearing you in, we will get you done tomorrow. But if you can send me an email so that we can make sure we have all the paperwork ready for when we'll do the oaths in the morning. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I want to make sure that everyone recognizes that both Amel Wadwani and Jennifer Fordyce are here. The two of them, as well as myself, will be around throughout the next 2 days. And it's always a great opportunity if you want to come up. We like to hear accolades about how your regional board attorneys are doing, but also, of course, if there are any concerns you have. But it's also an opportunity. I don't get to interact with a lot of you very much throughout the year. Mel and Jennifer are more fortunate and they get to, but this is an opportunity. If you have to ask any specific questions of us, you can do so in a sidebar, and that's fine. The main thing that I wanted to talk about today is Bagley-Keene, which is funny because I think I went probably 13, 14 years at WQCC without really talking about Bagley-Keene at all, other than a bread and butter reminder of what open meetings need to function like. And then COVID hit, and we went through a series of emergency executive orders that would suspend some of the Bagley-Keene requirements so that you all could participate remotely. And then the legislature said they would take it up, and we went through this series of one-off short legislative fixes that would just essentially extend what the governor had done through emergency order authority. That's been the last 2 years. We've seen the legislature act, the governor act, the legislature act, but we haven't had a long-term solution. And I want to give you a little bit of an update of where we stand with the ability for board members to participate remotely and what's going to change come January 1st. First of all, there was a brief period of time this summer, and that happened last summer as well, where you all had to go back to sort of the pre-COVID norm of if a board member wanted to participate in a board meeting remotely, the board member's location needed to be included in the meeting notice, and the board member had to make that location available to the public, anyone that wanted to come into it, as well as ensure that the location was ADA accessible. And that was the realm we worked with for really the last 30 years practically under Bagley-Keene. And I'd have to think really hard. There probably are like 3 occasions where we had a board member participating remotely and opened up a local office or even a hotel room for members of the public. It's just not really a functional tool. Fortunately, the legislature acted and the governor signed a trailer bill back mid-September that reverted us back to the realm that we were in up until July 1 of this year, which allowed us to include in our notice sort of a standard disclaimer that board members could participate remotely in the meeting. And we use the Zoom platform not only for members of the public, but for board members. That is the realm we will continue to be in until January 1. Beginning January 1, Senate Bill 544, authored by Senator Laird, will take effect, and it will unfortunately only be for 2 years. And hopefully during that time, both the legislature and key stakeholders, the First Amendment and government transparency organizations, the ACLU in particular, have been very vocal in this space, trying to ensure that the ability for board members across state government to participate remotely is not abused. And so that's why you're seeing real difficulty getting a long-term durable solution in this space, is trying to bridge some very stark ideological divides on what open government looks like. But beginning January 1, when SB 544 takes effect, it will create a new paradigm where as long as we notice a physical meeting location and a majority of the board members are physically present in those noticed meeting locations, then other board members that are additive to that majority can participate remotely. It's not as flexible as what we had during COVID, and it's not as flexible as what we have for the next couple of months. But I view it as a 95% solution, because one of the things that we have seen, first of all, once the worst of COVID was over, and we began having physical meeting locations again, but allowed board members and members of the public to participate remotely, we created an expectation. It came from the state board down to the regional boards. And I think this is why we were sort of standouts amongst the plural bodies and commissions around state government, where most of the board members, the expectation was you would be at the physical meeting location. And if there was a reason you needed to participate remotely, certainly illness, family, whatever, unexpectedly, that was an option for you. And that's what was really happening at most of our boards. We were already meeting this bar that's set by 544. But what was super helpful, and we saw this at the state board and we saw it at multiple regional boards, was people got sick. They had last minute childcare problems, and that flexibility to quickly participate, not have to plan ahead for what a remote meeting location might look like and so forth, but that ability at the last minute to have a board member participate remotely meant we had much better engagement. Instead of having bare quorums present for meetings, we could have the full participation. So we thought it was a great solution. And that's what SB 544 gets us, is that 95% solution where most of the board, as long as the majority is present, you can have a board member participate remotely. You don't need to identify the location that they're coming in from. There are a couple little procedural requirements. If there's anyone over 18, I think, that's in the room with you when you're participating, you're supposed to disclose the nature of their relationship. There's some fascinating paranoia out there about who participating remotely has somebody off screen feeding them questions, comments, and whatever else. So it's a very interesting world. So we will make sure to issue out guidance. That's a good step. It's better than the past world. It's going to create a little bit of challenges on some of our closed session items where we've done personnel items where we may lose some of the flexibility we've had, and we'll work through those issues. And that paradigm for open meetings will exist, and that extra flexibility, not quite as flexible as COVID times, for remote participation will be on the books through January 1, 2026. So that is the main update I wanted to provide. Stay tuned on that. I do hope the legislature continues to take that issue up. I know it was something the governor's office was very supportive of, and obviously the governor signed that bill, in fact, very quickly. That was one of the bills that as soon as it hit his desk, he signed it so that there would be some stability moving forward. And with that, we've got about 10 minutes before the secretary joins. Yeah,
Eric, please.
For our purposes, it's the same. So a quorum. So as long as we have a quorum present, so 4 board members physically present in the noticed location, so your meeting room at the San Diego Regional Board offices, then the other 1, 2, or 3 could participate remotely.
So the majority of being 3 and 1 remote is not a.
Correct. Correct. And I should say, I don't think it's something that will be applicable, but Eric's question sort of gets to it. There are 2 narrow exceptions where you could use remote participation by a board member to get to a quorum or to get to a majority of the board. And we'll make sure to provide you the guidance on that, but it basically involves individuals that have disabilities and cannot make it to the physical meeting location. And that may come in, yes, that might be an example where you would have that ability. So we'll work with that. Hopefully we'll continue, because again, the expectation that, and I've talked to our board members before, and I expect it going forward, is that there's tremendous value in having you all together in the same room. The body language, you've heard me say this throughout COVID, the body language is not the same in a Zoom box. And the ability for, less than a quorum of the board to have that in-person interaction off the dais during breaks and so forth is so valuable. That's why we continue to set that expectation that we'd like as many board members physically present as possible. But this is, again, a great tool so that we can ensure maximum participation.
I just want to say, Michael, I think it's a great benefit to board members. But before, we had to give a 10-day notice. Will we still have this 10-day notice? Because I came back from a trip and had car trouble, so it would have been great.
Yeah, so during COVID and right now, you don't have to do it. And once 544 takes effect, we'll be providing standard language for your Bagley-Keene notices that will leave that flexibility in case a board member has an illness the day before and is well enough to participate. Obviously, if you're sick and you can't participate, don't. But if you're sick and you're concerned, you're well enough to participate, but you don't want to expose others to whatever you might have, it can be at the last minute that you can call up the board, the executive officer and council that morning and say, I'm going to have to participate remotely. And then we'll just work through to make sure that you make any disclosures that you may need to make.
Joe, I had a couple questions for you, if that's all right. So I wasn't quite clear on something you said. You said we can issue bonds. Does that mean that the water board can issue bonds? I mean, if that's true, I just wasn't.
Yeah, so we can issue revenue bonds. So the revenue that we receive from the repayment of the loans is the basis for issuing those bonds. So they can't be used just for any purpose. They're used to basically issue other state revolving fund loans. So both clean water and drinking water, which is different than what Anna was talking about with the general obligation bonds.
Yes. Okay, so the other question I had was, you were saying that in the state revolving fund, you were going to be able to have a lower rate of interest than the 5 or whatever it is now.
Yeah, so the
To be about 1, didn't you, or 1.5? Or...
the interest rate that we charge through SRF is based on the state's general obligation bond rate. So that kind of adjusts over time. So for example, right now, let's say it's at 6% when the state goes and issues bonds, then we would charge 3% in general. So the board, that's the maximum the board can charge, is half of that rate. I mean, the board has in the past charged lower interest rates. But yeah, so it's a really great deal for municipalities. You know, like a highly rated municipality might have a AA rating, and so they would otherwise be paying, you know, a much higher interest rate, and obviously that goes back to their ratepayers. So, for example, you know, we just I went to groundbreaking at El Sereno Valley Municipal Water District, and they'll be getting about a total of $180 million in financing and saving about $50 million in interest-related costs over, you know, the 30 years of that loan. So lots of entities like our loans, even though they complain about how long it takes to get one. Yeah.
Just going back to Michael in regards to the Bagley Keene. So when you talk about the majority, many of our boards are not fully seated at this point in time. So when you say majority, are you talking about the majority of the seated members or 4 members, regardless of how many you have seated?
It's always going to be 4. It's the majority, what we always consider as the quorum of the entire plural body. So,
Okay.
And I will credit Morgan. She's doing a lot of work. There's a lot moving through the system right now for all those boards, and she is very conscious of which boards in particular are in need. And there's some of this responsibility that falls heavily on my shoulders too. So my apologies, Morgan, and apologies to some of you.
I have a question for Michael. Starting January 1st, is there a limit on how many meetings can be attended remotely?
I have to go back. At one point in time, Senate Bill 544 included that, but my recollection is the final enacted legislation does not. There was going to be a limit on the number of times per year, and then at the last minute, what made it across the finish line creates this flexibility without regard to number. But I'll double check that, and like I said, the final guidance will come from us.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Morgan, I have a question for you. So in the past, we've always heard how difficult it is, especially to basically recruit and attract applicants from minority communities, from disadvantaged communities, the time commitment, the pay, they've got jobs and so on and so forth. Are you still finding that? Or are you finding that there is more of an interest, that perhaps, you know, the higher, you know, rate of compensation has helped, or that we're doing better in actually reaching communities to get them to come forward to serve on the boards?
You know, actually, and I've been doing this almost 4.5 years now, almost 5 years now. I have seen a difference in the amount and that is a tribute, I think, to all of you in helping sort of spread the word in your communities about these boards and about the ability to serve on them. And so we have seen a slight difference. I mean, like Michael said, I think we have close to 10 maybe people moving through the system right now, which is a good amount. And we've got some still coming in. We've also really opened up recruitment in like the tribal spaces to try to recruit from local tribes and local organizations as well. And so we've done a little bit more on the recruitment side, but I've also seen that you all have definitely sort of been spreading the word as well, because we've had some incoming as well that we didn't have in past years. Yeah.
Any other questions? And I just have to make comment. Incredibly proud of the leadership that you all in this room and the water boards have shown in responding to COVID and continuing to carry out the critical work of your boards amidst what we know was, very challenging times. And this discussion here, reflective of the changes that we have all really seen happen in our work and the way we engage. And just have to thank, I know a lot of leadership here all amongst you in continuing to maintain the work of the board in a very transparent way, and especially taking advantage of the Zoom platform, which we're one of the first state agencies out there, I think, really to just get back out there, have processes, and it's because of certainly a lot of leadership out there, but I have to thank Michael as well amongst it, our legal and tech guru. So looking to see if we have additional questions as we wait here for the secretary to join us.
Buster for just a minute to clarify. Yes, I did check the final version of 544, and that was one of the things that got eliminated. There had originally been a requirement that the majority of the meetings during the year had to have members present and invoking the exception. But the final version, as long as you've got a majority of the members there for each of those meetings, it doesn't matter how many times you have members participating remotely. Yeah.
So while we are 5 members, and hopefully it won't be.
Thank you. So while we're 5 members, and hopefully we won't be 5 members for much longer, but while we are, come January, that means that only one person can be remote.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Otherwise, the board won't be able to meet.
Correct. If for some reason, and again, our hope and expectation is that members will be able to participate in person for all the various reasons that we think it's just hugely valuable. But yes, if for some reason 2 members, and heaven forbid we have another outbreak of COVID and we have a lot of people sick, I mean, you could quickly get to a situation where 2 of them have to participate remotely and you might have to cancel a meeting. Again, I view it as only a 95% solution and not a complete solution, but it's a very positive step forward. And Morgan will have your problems solved before then.
Thank you. And I believe Denise Kadara has her hand up on the Zoom platform. Be glad to go to Denise.
Yeah.
Good morning, Denise.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be a part of the session again. I just wanted to provide a comment to Joe regarding the funding that's available for prioritizing septic to sewer and drinking water projects. As I made the statement to board member Nicole Morgan at our regional board meeting last week, it's also important that now that we have more funding available and that the money has been distributed, that it actually gets to the communities and the projects are implemented. So many projects are being held up in small, quote unquote, disadvantaged, underserved communities that it's not good. I want to see more improvements in those areas. Sometimes it's a technicality, sometimes it's being held up by Fish and Wildlife, whether it's state or fed, so many other different pieces that keeps the projects from going forward. And when there's that delay, that means that those communities still are without the safe drinking water, still without the sewer systems that are there to help protect the public health of communities. So I'm stressing the importance of implementation. The distribution of the money is great, but if they're not implemented, we have another year, another 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You have money that the state has distributed since 2013 and communities still don't have an improved water system. So I'm just, making the case for the communities that I represent that it's important that implementation, the projects are open and operational for the public health and safety and safe drinking water for communities. And so those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Here, here. Thank you for those, Denise, and for your leadership, both in Allensworth and throughout the Central Valley, and your service on the board. To your point, there can be a lot of different agencies that are part of actually implementing. And here, I want to kick it over to Joe to respond around the work that we've done, but we've certainly, to your point, are trying to make sure the dollars go out, but that's only part of it. It is around making sure we're working with our sister state agencies. Permitting is a challenge oftentimes there as well. And I think that what we're trying to ensure, especially through SAFER, is we're tracking those projects through implementation as well, not just necessarily focused on funding. And just thanks for your continued leadership and engagement in all of that. And I'll kick it over to Joe to respond generally with some of the work.
Yeah, thanks, Denise. Yeah, so we're doing a number of things to address both the challenges in getting funding out the door, so to get an executed agreement, as well as during that process of implementation when an agreement's in place. So in the last few years, we had on the order of 30 to 40 process improvements that we've implemented of varying kinds. Some of it, to your point, like on the federal side, we've actually made some changes so that certain federal environmental cross-cutters do not apply for small disadvantaged communities, which can save us some time and processing to get an agreement out. We also, the board adopted earlier this year an expedited drinking water grant program. So we're in the second round of that program. We did the first 4 projects, cut down our process times quite a bit from months or years to about 4 months or so. So we're applying that as well. But to your point, after an agreement has been executed, some of the other things we're doing is we're recognizing one of the challenges is that we all read about inflation, but inflation on the construction side is even more significant than it is that you see generally for the consumer price index. So part of what we're doing is we're building in some additional budget into agreements up front. One of the delays that can occur is when we get bids come in and they come in high and there's not enough budget in the grant agreement. We have to go through a whole process to approve additional funding. So we're trying to get ahead of that as best we can and do some streamlining there. There's a trade-off though. The more funding we commit to one project means that funding is not available for other projects. So we're trying to balance all of that. But I appreciate the comments.
Thank you, Joe. And I know we can also make sure we're better summarizing some of the improvements and work for folks that are interested here on the regional boards, and of course, Denise. And so thank you. Looking to see if Secretary Garcia is on the platform. Fantastic. And so right on time, I'd like to kick things over to Secretary Garcia. So good to see you here. Let me get in the camera so you can, I'm not a disembodied voice. Good to see you, Secretary. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you.
And here the camera should switch over in a moment, maybe the crowd, so you can see everyone. There you are. So welcome,
Wonderful.
welcome.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you all in the room. I'm really hoping that my face is largely projected in front of you.
Oh, yes, you are a large disembodied presence on the wall.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, good to see you all. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person. I don't want to take too much of your time because I want you to be able to get to the rest of your day and the morning before you hear back to some of the points that I was just listening to from Michael and others. But mostly I just wanted to thank you all for this gathering. Thanks to all the staff for pulling this together. There's so much value, as you all know well, in being able to come together once a year. And again, sorry I can't be with you there in person, because there's a lot of value to those of you who are in the room together, as well as those of you who are joining virtually. And just want to take a moment to appreciate, particularly during a time of, I think there's been a lot going on for years now, but this seems like a particularly challenging time in many ways, dealing with so much shifting on the global sphere for us here in California. And I just really want to acknowledge the steadiness that you all bring in the work that you bring every day, how each of you continues to step up to take on the task of addressing new and evolving issues. Our water systems are changing constantly, it seems. You've all responded to historic wet weather and flooding we experienced this past winter, particularly in the Central Valley and along the Central Coast, that has not gone unnoticed. I also appreciate all of you who are helping to respond to the Tijuana River sewage crisis along the San Diego County coastline. As you know well, that has its ebbs and flows in terms of attention, and you all are really there day in and day out to deal with it, whether there's big attention on the national scale or not. So I really appreciate that. And again, just grappling with the impacts of a changing climate and improving the resiliency of all of our communities across the state by addressing sea level rise along the coast. And of course, most recently, managing the tricky issues along the Colorado River Basin. I know I could go on, but just wanted to really begin there and let you know that all of your efforts are seen and appreciated by me, by everyone at Cali PA, my entire staff, by the governor and the governor's office. So just wanted to start there. Quickly, in terms of issues that are front of mind, I think for us, when I last spoke to you all a year ago, we talked a little bit about the water supply strategy, and much of the focus was, thinking through how we're implementing that water supply strategy. We were a few months in at that time, and now we're a year in. And while this year threw us a bit of a curveball, I think the climate whiplash that we've all experienced is just another reminder of what remains to be done to ensure a more resilient water future for all Californians. And that's why climate resiliency, I think, remains such a top priority for the administration, and certainly for me personally. We've made a lot of inroads this past year, as was highlighted in the one-year progress report released last week, which I know you'll all be diving into later. But your work to develop direct potable reuse regulations will certainly help normalize and increase water recycling and expand a new water source, which is so critically needed. We've been talking about a lot these past few months, the need to invest in a truly circular use economy. And I think many people think of this in terms of, waste reduction and recycling, but ensuring that we're able to recycle our water and secure a sustainable water source for the state of California, to me, is within the framework of that circular use economy. And I just thank you all for the work that you've done there. Your partnerships with state, federal, and industry partners is helping to expedite a lot of other recycled water projects and seawater desal projects that I know have been challenging. And I just really appreciate all of the efforts there. And our permit streamlining efforts for groundwater recharge projects and repair work are also really important to help better protect our communities throughout the next rainy season. And I thank you not only for the attention that you all have spent in streamlining those permits, but also to really do so carefully and cognizant of the feedback that we all receive from environmental justice communities, from agricultural communities, et cetera. I think that ensuring that we have permits and administrative tools in place to help support our local partners to effectively take advantage of the wet years is going to be key to our climate resiliency, and you all know that better than I do. In terms of the budget, we're actually I'm stepping into our quad with the Department of Finance a little later this morning and moving into this next year's budget. I want to just recognize that these priorities that you all have been working so hard on are also reflected in our 23-24 fiscal budget, which which maintains 8.1 billion over multiple years to ensure that our communities, our ecosystems, and fish and wildlife are more resilient to the cycle of these droughts and floods that we're continuing to see. And that specifically includes funding to modernize our water rights administration and to reactivate and deploy an expanded network of stream gauges to improve real-time data that informs decision-making. And I know that you all very much understand the importance of that. Our budget will also support the state's ongoing water conservation marketing campaign, which has been effective, and in turn helps continue to spread awareness in the Making Conservation a Way of Life regulation currently in development, which is another big priority of ours and of yours all collectively, I'm sure. Now, we're also facing a changing legal landscape, which Michael will talk more about, I'm sure, and none better than him to walk you all through it. But I just want to acknowledge that the leadership that you all provide to your staff as we navigate shifting legal paradigms is so critical. Finding that consistency in how we can manage our water rights systems and how we can maintain our authority and our jurisdiction in the face of new legislation and new court cases, and understanding what that means in terms of our workloads is also a really important area of work that I know you all carry and that I want to acknowledge. And as you all know, sometimes those changes give us tools that are new to do our work, as with the recent signing of SB 389, which expands the state board's investigative and oversight authority to now apply to all appropriative rights to surface water as well as riparian water rights. And sometimes that work changes as we reach new milestones, such as the implementation of SGMA, which we are moving through as we have been for the past few years. And the state board, as I think you may be aware, is of course preparing to hold its first hearing on a potential probationary status next year. And decisions, of course, like the Supreme Court's Sackett ruling requires us to navigate a very challenging and changing landscape that shifts a greater workload onto our state board and our regional board staff to permit projects while still ensuring that our wetlands are protected. So not only do I want to acknowledge all of this work that you all are doing, but I want to make sure that you understand that there's an open line of communication between you all, of course, and the state board, but also with me and my office. If there are things that we need to be aware of that we can improve or help to improve or support that you all need, whether that be financial or otherwise, given the workload that you all are carrying, that your staffs are carrying, I want to make sure that you understand that there's an open door with us, and we would love to hear from you directly whenever you need our support. And I just want to conclude by highlighting a few recent appointments, a few recent additions to our team, some folks who you may know or others you may not. We recently brought on Scott Lichtig, who's joining as Deputy Secretary for Environmental Policy, just joined about a month ago. And he's coming from the Department of Justice, from the California Department of Justice, and has worked on a whole host of issues over there relating to our broad portfolio at Cal EPA, including many water issues that are relevant to you all. Crystal Acierto has also joined our team from Department of Finance. She's our new Deputy Secretary for Public Policy, a really keen sense of budget management, but also how that fits into our policy implementation. And so she's also been a great asset to our team, and someone who is no stranger to you all, and who I thank the state board team for their grace in letting us recruit her, is Nefertiri Cooley, who has come over to be our Deputy Secretary for Communications and External Affairs. Someone who has been deeply steeped in the issues that you all cover, is now working with us at the agency. So I hope that that's good news for you all. We also recently brought Jason Boetzer, who has been an Assistant Secretary over Emergency Management, to become Deputy Secretary for Local Program Coordination and Emergency Response, someone who also works closely with many of your teams all up and down the state, particularly in wildfire and disaster planning and relief efforts. So collectively, we're continuing the work in the broad portfolio that we're implementing at Cal EPA. Water will remain a top priority. Securing a sustainable water supply for local communities and economies will remain one of the central things that we are working toward. And I just thank you all for your partnership And I hope that we can continue to be in communication and that you flag issues up whenever necessary, and that we continue to be a voice for all California communities. Thanks for everything that you do.
Thank you, Secretary. I really appreciate everything that you've provided us here.
Thanks.
Your leadership and that openness is very welcome. I think we all know that these spaces can be a bit fraught. There's a lot of tension. There can sometimes not be a lot of consensus, but your approach, your openness, your support, importantly, of the water boards means a lot. And just want to thank you. And just to tee off just really quick, you had said, that this last year was challenging. We had done a word cloud here at the start, and we're going to try to get up the image up, but the top 10 or the top words rather were challenging, interesting, and hectic. And so I think you're definitely vibing with folks here in the room on that. And just thank you. I know you're busy, and so we appreciate your leadership in addressing us here this morning, and we look forward to the continued work here. We'll report out the discussion. We'll be transitioning here to our tribal beneficial uses discussion. So
Wonderful.
Really looking forward to that.
Wonderful.
And from Scott Shasta down to the border with Tijuana and everywhere in between, you continue to be a leader for us. So just thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks a lot for your work. Challenging, interesting, and hectic sounds about right. I hope by the end of the day, you all are feeling hopeful as well, though. I certainly feel that, and your guys' dedication feeds that, I think, to all of us. So thanks very much. Thanks for having me, and I hope to see you all and talk to you soon.
Thank you, Secretary.
Bye-bye.
Really appreciate everyone's engagement so far this morning. Let's take just a 5-minute break to transition the panel, and we'll make our way to our tribal beneficial uses discussion. All right, everyone. We've had a little more than 5 minutes, and I appreciate it is the conversations in between the events that are some of the most fun. If you don't mind, everyone starting to come back. Yeah, I know. I don't want to scream for the people on the platform. All right, everyone, if we can begin to gather back, wind down our conversations, and get ready for this next panel. I could have done an attention clap, but that was good. Thank you all. Appreciate again, as always, that the conversations here all amongst each other and with one another are always some of the best components. So thanks for coming back in. This next panel, I just want to kick off and acknowledge that Cynthia Montañez, recent passing, the CEO of Tree People, but also formerly assembly member, and just a huge part of the environmental justice community in the LA area. You know, as we do this work, centering communities and here coming with a lot of humility to sometimes, again, not the right sort of engagement that we should have necessarily had. It's folks like Cindy, apologies, and here Dean and others out in the community that we're really fortunate to be working with and have a bridge to. So just want to acknowledge that here as we kick off our tribal beneficial uses panel, and want to thank Adriana, your leadership in bringing together this panel. I know the state is a huge state, and we have so many critical tribes up and down the state that I know continue to want to ensure we have the resources to do right by what are complicated issues and complicated histories. And so just thank you, Adriana, for your leadership and for pulling this panel together. And so I'll kick it off to you to lead us here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joaquin. Good afternoon. Good morning, folks. My name is Adriana Renteria. My pronouns are she and they. I'm the director for the Office of Public Participation at the State Water Board and the Tribal Liaison. And I will pass it off to my co-panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Stacy Gillespie. I'm with the Office of Chief Counsel for the State Water Board, and I primarily support the Division of Water Quality. Good to be here this morning.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Phil Wiles, and I'm an Assistant Chief Counsel working for Michael Loffer in the Office of Chief Counsel. And like Stacy, I also primarily work on State Water Board water quality issues. And thank you all very much for coming today.
My name is Ben Letton. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer for the Lahontan Water Board.
Good morning. I'm Dean Tunina Monolei Kusatkara, and I am the Vice President of our Cultural Preservation Association. Very glad to be here.
Awesome. Well, we're really looking forward to this discussion that we're going to have. And before we jump in, I just want to acknowledge that this meeting is taking place actually at the same time as the Tribal EPA and US EPA conference. And so several of the tribal representatives we invited to participate in this panel are currently traveling. And so tomorrow we're actually going to be having a very similar workshop on tribal beneficial uses. So thankfully this is being recorded, and I just want to acknowledge that timing conflict. All right, so here's what to expect for our 2 hours that we have together. So I'm going to be providing a brief grounding and overview of tribal beneficial uses and how they are designated. Still, and Stacy and Phil are going to be talking about some legal considerations. And then Dean and Ben are going to be talking about their work designating Mono Lake. Afterwards, we'll pause and we'll have an opportunity for you all to ask any of the speakers questions. And then we're going to open it up for a group discussion. After a group discussion, we will also open it up to tribal representatives and members of the public for any comments or feedback. So to begin our grounding, I just want to caveat this by acknowledging and noting that this is not intended to be a training on Native American history or water quality control planning, but I just want to acknowledge there's a lot of new folks in the room. So this is just intended to be a high-level overview for our discussion today. So to begin, since time immemorial, California has always been native land. Prior to colonization, there were over 200 native languages spoken, which is just a reflection of how diverse California Native American communities are. Tribes have historic experience and knowledge managing California water resources and have used water for their spiritual, cultural, traditional, and subsistence purposes and for their lifeways since time immemorial. When Europeans began colonizing the United States, they forced new ways of being on Native Americans and established laws and policies to forcibly relocate and massacre Native Americans. Here in California, our own state passed very similar laws and policies that impacted and harmed Native Americans. All of this violence led to significant trauma, to significant decline in the Native American population of our state. And it also impacted tribes' access to their traditional lands and waters. So as we have our discussion here today, it's important to remember that as a state agency, this is the history of our state government. And it's important that we not only acknowledge it, but that we move forward in a way that doesn't perpetuate injustices or cause further harm. In California, there are currently 109 federally recognized tribes. In addition to those, there are approximately 55 to 80 non-federally recognized tribes. And each of the tribes are their own unique sovereign nation with their own unique traditions, cultures, languages. And no one tribe speaks for another. California also has the largest populations of Native Americans in the country, which also includes individuals from tribes outside of California. So to emphasize, California has many diverse and unique tribal cultures and traditions, and all of that factors into our discussion today on tribal beneficial uses. So now we're going to transition to talk about water quality control planning. So you all should have received a handout that has a little bit more information. That handout is an educational overview document that aims to explain water quality control plans and the process for designating waters with tribal beneficial uses. But for today, we're just going to do a quick overview. So for some shared terminology, the State Water Board and the 9 regional water boards use water quality control plans to protect beneficial uses of water. Regional water boards, water quality control plans, they're often called basin plans. In order to revise a basin plan, regional water boards have to adopt a basin plan amendment that is then approved by the State Water Board, the Office of Administrative Law, and then the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And when we're referring to beneficial uses, we're talking about categories that describe how water is used. So for example, recreation. So now I want to talk about the history that led up to the development of definitions for tribal beneficial uses. So here's a series of events. So for many years, California tribes have advocated to the water boards for the need to develop beneficial uses that consider the unique and specific ways that tribes and tribal communities use water. In 2003, the North Coast Regional Water Board partnered with tribes in the region to develop and adopt new beneficial uses that recognize traditional and cultural uses of water by Indigenous people. Around the mid-2000s, several tribes began ongoing discussions amongst themselves about the need to develop statewide definitions in order to ensure consistency across the different regional water boards. In 2014, numerous of these tribes that had already been meeting together amongst themselves reached out to the water boards to begin working together to develop statewide definitions. In 2016, the State Water Board adopted a resolution acknowledging the importance of identifying and defining tribal beneficial uses. And then the following year, the State Water Board adopted Part 2 of the Water Quality Control Plan for inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries. And it's in that adoption of that Part 2 of that plan that the State Water Board formally defined 2 tribal beneficial uses. So as we discuss current efforts that are taking place, it's important to just remember the history of tribal-led advocacy and leadership. And I want to give a special shout out to Sherry Norris and Debbie Rasmussen and other members of the TBU Strategic Caucus for helping us remember and better understand this history. So when we talk about tribal beneficial uses, here are the 2 tribal beneficial uses that were adopted in Part 2 of the SWRCB plan. The first is tribal tradition and culture, which includes uses of water that support cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, or traditional rites or lifeways of California Native American tribes, including navigation, ceremonies, fishing, gathering, consumption of natural aquatic resources, including fish, shellfish, vegetation, and materials. And the second is tribal subsistence fishing, which involves non-commercial catching or gathering of natural aquatic resources, including fish and shellfish, for consumption of individuals, household, or communities of California Native American tribes. We want to note that Part 2 of the SWRCB plan also adopted a 3rd definition for subsistence fishing. And that 3rd definition was developed to support subsistence fishing by individuals or communities that are not members or descendants of California Native American tribes. So that subsistence beneficial use can also be used by individuals who are tribal members of tribes outside of California as well. So when we talk about tribal beneficial uses, these are the 2. So moving on to regional water board basin plans. So these are the different components of regional water board basin plans. Number 1, they define beneficial uses. So even though the State Water Board defined the beneficial uses, regional water boards cannot designate water bodies until their basin plans include those definitions for those beneficial uses. Afterwards, regional water boards are able to designate specific water bodies with those beneficial uses. And depending on those water bodies, they can determine if water quality objectives need to be developed to maintain and protect those beneficial uses, and whether they need to develop or follow implementation plans and programs and monitoring activities. One thing we want to note here is that regional water boards are semi-autonomous and they each approach basin planning slightly differently. So here's what that may mean. A regional water board may adopt a basin plan amendment to add the definitions of tribal beneficial uses into their basin plan, and then work on a separate basin plan amendment to designate water bodies. Another regional water board may use one basin plan amendment to both add the definitions and designate water bodies at the same time. So even though there's a sequential order, each regional water board will approach this process differently. All right, when it comes to designating specific water bodies, California Native American tribes can submit official requests to designate specific water bodies. And those designation request letters can include a combination of different evidence. It can include maps or tables describing how that water is used, when, and where, fish consumption surveys, and a number of other types of evidence. We strongly encourage tribes to meet with water board staff before submitting anything in writing so that we can discuss the level of detail needed for the administrative record. In general, we do not need specific locations and dates of when activities occur, and Phil will talk more about confidentiality. All right, so once a specific water body is identified, the existing water quality objectives need to be evaluated. So if the existing water quality objectives are protective enough for those activities, new objectives may not need to be developed. Some of the things that are considered when evaluating if those current objectives are protective is historical and current use of the water, how people are exposed, and how often and how long people are exposed. When we look at state water quality control plans, there are many similarities with regional water board basin plans, but some differences. So state water quality control plans, they also define beneficial uses, but they generally do not designate water bodies for specific beneficial uses, with the exception of the ocean plan. They also contain water quality objectives. And unlike regional water board basin plans, they may also include requirements for in-stream flows, and they also supersede regional board basin plans. In terms of the role for California Native American tribes, this is a process that was initiated directly by tribes through their advocacy and their leadership. So as we continue forward, it's really important that all 10 of our boards continue to listen to their advocacy and leadership. There are many ways that we can work together with tribes. This can range from government to government consultations, participation in working groups or tribal summits. Tribes can engage with their own tribal cultural practitioners and elders and tribal members to gather information for their designation request letters. And because all of this takes work, time, and energy, we also want to highlight an opportunity for funding to support tribal engagement. So the California Environmental Protection Agency currently has the Environmental Justice Action Grants, which is a granting program that is available to support tribal engagement on tribal beneficial uses. This can cover tribal staff time for consultations, working groups, the development of fish consumption surveys, and more. The first solicitation window closed 2 weeks ago, and the next solicitation window is going to open in early 2024, but we strongly encourage tribes to consider applying for this funding source to engage with the water boards. All right, so now we're going to transition to talk about current statewide efforts. So in your meeting packet, you should have also received a summary of all 10 water boards' current efforts related to tribal beneficial uses. But to summarize, almost all regional water boards have prioritized tribal beneficial uses either in a triennial review or through a similar resolution directing staff to act. And 4 regional water boards have adopted basin plan amendments to add those definitions into their basin plans. In terms of current engagement, there are essentially 3 different ways that the 10 water boards are engaging with tribes. 2 are engaging with tribes through their triennial review process. 3 are engaging with tribes to adopt tribal beneficial use definitions into their basin plans. This also includes the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights that's currently engaging with tribes on their update to the Bay Delta Plan. And then 5 regional water boards are engaging to designate specific water bodies. So all 10 water boards are engaging in different ways, and really great to see. All right, so to wrap up, I want to just highlight some challenges and opportunities. We've talked about the history that led us up to this moment. We've reviewed the procedural steps of what it takes to actually designate water bodies. But as we transition to talk about challenges and opportunities, I just want to caveat that what I'm going to be sharing today is not reflective of the feedback of any one tribe. And it's not reflective of the perspective of all tribes. It's not an exhaustive or comprehensive list. And I also encourage tribal representatives that are joining our meeting here today to share in their own perspectives as well. So the first one, we began talking about the government's history inflicting violence and trauma on Native Americans, and we have both an opportunity and a responsibility to ensure that our partnerships with tribes are rooted in mutual respect, trust, humility, and transparency. Tribal territories often overlap multiple regional water boards, and this has caused a number of challenges across the state. Tribes have had to participate in multiple planning processes with different regional water boards, which require them to not only attend more meetings, but have to restate and reshare their information and their perspectives multiple times, taking up really valuable tribal staff time. And we have an opportunity to better coordinate internally so that we can reduce that burden from tribes. Water quality control plans are complicated and they take a really long time. When you look at that timeline, our conversation around tribal beneficial uses began over 20 years ago. And today we're going to hear about a regional water board that's close to designating water bodies. That is indicative. We have an opportunity to look at our process and see what could be streamlined. Although we currently have funding through the Cali PA Environmental Justice Action Grants, we don't have a dedicated long-term funding source to support tribal engagement. And this process is very time intensive. So if we're really committed to partnering with tribes, we do need to think about what our long-term funding source for engagement could look like. Oftentimes, tribes have expressed a need that water quality protections are intertwined with the need for in-stream flow protections. So we have an opportunity to better coordinate between state water board plans and regional board basin plans. Some tribes have also indicated the interconnectedness between tribal culture and tribal subsistence. And so we have an opportunity to better explore this with tribes and to learn from them. Phil will talk more about the CEQA process, but this process essentially opens up public scrutiny and it highlights a tension between tribal requests for confidentiality and also our need to support a strong administrative record to support the designation of water bodies. Similarly, we also have limited staff capacity to develop and move forward on our processes quickly. And we also have limited staff training and understanding on traditional ecological knowledge. So we have an opportunity for more training. So lastly, the designation of tribal beneficial uses is really an opportunity for tribes to influence and manage their tribal, their ancestral waters beyond their tribally managed lands, and to protect the health of tribal members to continue engaging in traditional practices. California tribes have managed water since time immemorial. So as we developed our climate adaptation strategies, it's really important that we continue to learn from them and to follow their leadership. In the last couple of years, there have been many executive orders, resolutions, and policies adopted to really emphasize our commitment to strengthening our partnership with tribes. And this is our opportunity to do so in a meaningful way. With that's going to wrap up our grounding. And once again, I encourage tribal representatives who are with us to also share in their own challenges and opportunities. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Stacy. Thanks.
On my computer. I think going. Well, yeah. Sorry. Thank you. With that, I'll be building on Adriana's excellent presentation. I'm going to be talking about some legal considerations that apply to designating water bodies with the tribal beneficial uses. So as Adriana noted, the tribal beneficial use definitions were established in the statewide water quality control plan we refer to shorthand as the SWRCB plan. The statewide plan also contains some important prefatory language that informs the scope and the process for designating. And one of those is indicated here is a procedural prerequisite to designating a water body with a tribal beneficial use. And what that language in the prefatory language says is that for a water board to designate a water body segment with a tribal beneficial use, either the coal or the T-sub, a tribe must confirm that the designation is appropriate. And For some background information, I wanted to note that this prerequisite came about through the collaborative engagement between State Water Board staff and tribes and tribal representatives during the time in which Adriana spoke. Over the course of 3 years when the definitions were being developed. And this prerequisite is a direct response to tribal input. And it's really included to ensure that tribes are active participants in the designations. So beneficial uses as designated, they're characterized in different ways, depending upon the degree of the occurrence of the activity that supports the beneficial use. And the basin plans in each of the regions take varying approaches, but typically beneficial use designations are characterized in some form of what we have up here is an existing use. And that's often thought as of use that has occurred at some point on or after November 28th, 1975. We can talk later about some of the thorny or more complicated issues that are just generally mentioned here. But the basin plans also characterize beneficial use designations as a probable future use. And then depending upon the particular activity of the use, it can also be described as seasonal rather than year-round. The last point here is an important one, and I'm not sure if Adriana touched on it, but it's important to keep in mind that on a case-by-case permit basis, an existing use can be protected before the use is actually formally designated to a specific water body in a basin plan amendment. And so what that would require in the permit action is enough information about the occurrence of the activity that is not designated in a plan, such that it allows the board to evaluate if there are any elements needed to protect the use, again, during that permit action. So designations must be based on a certain amount of facts or information or evidence to meet the applicable legal standards. First, basin plan amendments are a quasi-legislative rulemaking process to which the Administrative Procedures Act applies. And so that means that the necessity standard of the APA also applies. And generally what that requires is that there needs to be substantial evidence in the record to show the need for the rulemaking. And that generally means a reasonable amount of facts, studies, or expert opinion to support the need for the rulemaking. Next, the legal standard employed by courts reviewing a basin plan amendment that hinges on factual findings like a designation. The court would ask whether the designation is reasonable based on evidence in the record. And it's often thought of as the reasonable person test. The court would ask, could a reasonable person reach the same decision based on the facts in the record? And so what this is really getting at is that designations of the new beneficial uses, they need to be premised on information showing the activity has occurred on or after 1975 or is likely to occur, with enough facts to meet that reasonable person standard. It's definitely also true that a single basin plan amendment can designate multiple water bodies at the same time, but there just need to be a sufficient amount of facts to support each of the designations for each of the water bodies. So Adriana already walked through the types of evidence to support a designation. Here, there's just some additional examples of what that could look like. So in addition to needing enough information to support the rulemaking, there's the additive layer of having to comply with CEQA The project description for the designation would need to be described with enough information to allow the water board to evaluate the environmental consequences of its decision. And specifically, many of you may be familiar when we perform CEQA for our basin plan amendments, the water board's required to provide an analysis of the reasonable foreseeable means to protect. Here it would be the proposed designation. And so what this could look like as a scenario of such an analysis is, say, for a particular activity under the tribal use, like an immersion ceremony, for example, if it involves more inadvertent ingestion of water than that assumed under Rec 1 that is already designated to the same water body, then it's possible that a more stringent bacteria water quality objective would need to be established to protect the proposed coal designation. And so in this context, the environmental analysis would need to evaluate a foreseeable range of control measures dischargers may need to implement to meet a more stringent bacteria objective than that already applicable to the water body at issue. And it's also true that it's possible that a proposed designation could be exempt from CEQA. Now here, if we have enough information that we can conclude that existing water quality objectives that apply to the water body would suitably protect the proposed designation, then there wouldn't be additional means to comply, and it quite likely would fall under a CEQA analysis, CEQA exemption, and not have to perform the environmental analysis. So sort of staying with the theme of CEQA, we have thought of a couple of scenarios that would allow for more streamlined or more efficient CEQA analysis with designations. It's going to depend on the facts presented. And the first involves designating multiple water bodies at once, so long as 3 conditions are shared for all of those water bodies. And that's the similar water quality conditions, similar activities to support the coal designation, and similar reasonably foreseeable means to protect the proposed use. And so in that context, with regard to the several water bodies proposed for designation, the same environmental analysis could be performed to cover each of those designations. And then also the other scenario for more efficient environmental analysis is where you can conclude that CEQA doesn't apply and it's exempt because the existing water quality objectives would protect the beneficial use. So in that instance, conceivably it's single or multiple water bodies where CEQA wouldn't apply. Importantly, the only way we really get to understanding this is, again, having enough clarity about the particular action and the particular proposed designations and the water quality conditions of the water. So, okay, so before I turn it over to Phil, I want to return back to the prefatory language in the SWRCB statewide plan that established the beneficial use definitions. It contains some language that explains the intended function of the fish consumption activities of the tribal beneficial uses. And a note here that I threw up the subsistence fishing along on this slide because the same principles applies to it. But as Adriana specified, only the first 2, coal and T-sub, are tribal uses. But the prefatory language explains that the consumption activities of coal and T-sub and sub are health-based beneficial uses. And they relate to the risks from consumption of fish and shellfish, and that their function is not to protect the aquatic life that is consumed. It also explains that with the subsistence fishing uses, a higher consumption rate than under the commercial and sport fishing, what we refer to as the CALM use, and then also the consumption under the coal use. The subsistence fishing uses presume a higher rate of consumption. And then lastly, the prefatory language explains that the aquatic life protections, conceivably flow measures and the like, they occur through other beneficial uses like spawn, cold, and warm. And those aquatic life uses are explicitly designed to support aquatic habitat for species reproduction and development. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Wiles.
Good morning again, Phil Wiles, and I'm here because Adriana asked me to speak briefly to a couple of issues related to confidentiality and concerns that we're hearing from the tribes. So just a couple of really fairly basic principles that I'll be addressing here. So first of all, we really have two objectives that we share both within the water boards and the tribes. And the first is more from the water board's perspective. As Stacy was just discussing, we do need to have enough evidence in the record, and it's a public record, that supports the beneficial use designations or the subsequent adoption of water quality objectives. This is important because, as you all know, as well as anybody, the board's business is very transparent. We need to make sure that the public understands the consequences of what we're proposing to do. And it's important from a legal perspective so that we can adequately defend the regional board's decisions to designate uses and adopt water quality objectives. But at the same time, I think it's very important that we understand that we do need to maintain the confidentiality of any sensitive tribal information that we're given by the tribes to support those beneficial use designations or adoptions of water quality objectives. And this is critical, I think, also from our perspective, because we absolutely respect our tribal partners' need to maintain that confidentiality, particularly around the specific locations and specific timing for their ceremonies and other activities that would be included within the tribal tradition and culture beneficial use. And the reason Adriana asked me to talk about this is because we are receiving some feedback that our tribal partners are, in some cases, perhaps reluctant to share their information with the water boards regarding their activities. So the main point of what I'll be speaking about is for those of you who have an opportunity to speak with our tribal partners so that you can help reinforce just a few basic principles that we hope will help to allay their concerns. So one of the main points is, although we do need information, as Stacy said, to support the designations, we generally don't need highly specific information, whether it's for a water quality control plan amendment or a permit by permit action. I'll talk a little bit more specifically about this in the next few slides, but the key really is that if we don't need the information, it's really best that the tribes not give it to us. Because once we do receive it, we need to manage that information very carefully in terms of how we retain our records and potentially share those records, just to ensure that we don't inadvertently disclose sensitive information. There are plenty of situations these days where we are receiving really broad Public Record Act requests, and even in some cases, some litigation involving subpoenas. And if we don't have the information, then there's nothing to worry about in terms of whether we're able to adequately defend not disclosing that information. So specifically, the concerns that we understand are completely legitimate revolve around location, timing, and specificity of activities. There may be others, and we are of course, more than interested in continuing the dialogue, but just a couple of points. With respect to location of activities, I think it's very helpful to understand that our beneficial use designations are done on a water body or by water body basis, or at least water body segment. They are not done with the sort of pinpoint accuracy that would necessarily require us to receive or to disclose the precise location where the activities occur. With respect to timing of the activities, as Stacy mentioned, these are usually designated on a either year-round basis or a seasonal basis. So again, we don't need to know the specific dates of ceremonies or other activities where those activities occur only on one or just a few days during the year. And then regarding the actual activities that the tribes engage in or expect to engage in the future, again, as Stacy mentioned, we do need enough information to be able to evaluate whether the current water quality conditions and the current water quality objectives are adequate to protect the beneficial use, whether we need to adopt additional water quality objectives or take other actions to protect those uses. So we do need some details. And one of those I think is pretty easy to understand, and that is whether the frequency of some of the activities could lead to higher levels of risk to the tribal members than the general population, which we are currently attempting to protect. But we really don't want to be, and we don't need to be more intrusive than understanding the frequency or the scope of the activities we really don't need much more in the way of specifics. So bottom line, trying to make sure that we're communicating clearly that we really don't need highly specific information. Hopefully that translates into we really don't need the type of information that the tribes would consider to be sensitive and would need to ask us to try to maintain as confidential. And this leads me to the next main point, which is about communication and coordination. And so, again, in speaking with tribes in the future, to the extent that you all can help reinforce the idea that it's really helpful from our perspective, and we think also from the tribe's perspective, to engage in coordination prior to giving us any information that the tribe might think should be protected as confidential. And that allows us to have the conversation about whether or not we even need that information in the first place. Because again, if we don't receive the information, then there's really no risk that we're going to disclose it inadvertently or in response to a court order. So, we haven't really come across this precise situation yet, but I think we need to be open to the possibility that there may be some situations where we really do need information from a tribe that the tribe believes is sensitive and would like to maintain confidentiality. We should have these conversations with the tribe before they give us the information, of course, again, because we want the tribe to be able to make an informed decision about whether or not to give us that information in the first place. So where we do conclude that we need sensitive tribal information, there are some things that we can do, and we should be more than willing to explore some of these possibilities with any tribe that is interested in doing this. I've listed a couple here. One is that there is an opportunity for us to enter into an agreement with the tribe. We have done this in the past with other agencies where we commit to taking certain approaches to protecting the sensitivity or the confidentiality of that information. Things like labeling it as confidential, segregating that information, not including it in our emails but rather maintaining it in a separate area where somebody who comes into the regional board office to look at our files would not have access to it. Adriana mentioned that there's a special CEQA provision related to confidential tribal information, which in some cases will likely be helpful, but probably not all. And that is where we actually put that additional sensitive information into a confidential appendix in the record. So only the court, a reviewing court, would have access to it. But then we summarize that information in the public staff report. Another approach that we have taken in the past with other agencies is we can commit that if we get a request, typically a Public Records Act request, occasionally a subpoena for that information, that we would alert the tribe to the request so that they can actually help us defend not disclosing it. And we can also review the information, or at least the types of information before it's given to us, and we can make a determination that yes, we will keep that information confidential. And so essentially then we would be committing to taking the position that it's confidential and does not have to be disclosed in any future litigation. And then just my last slide here. There are some exemptions from the Public Records Act and from civil discovery that in some cases might apply to specific tribal information. But we're not really in control once it gets to the courts. It's going to be the courts that are deciding whether or not we need to disclose that information. And so once again, the point is, I think that let's talk before a tribe gives us the information. Let's make sure that the tribe understands the constraints that we have and understands that there are some things that are within our control and other things that aren't necessarily within our control. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ben.
Thanks, Phil. I'm going to actually let Dean speak first. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Dean.
I'm Dean Tonina again, and really welcome this opportunity to speak to all of you. We are the Monolei Kutsarka tribe. We are on the eastern side of the state, just due east of Yosemite National Park as a reference. And our homeland is really the headwaters of many of the rivers and streams that go throughout California. So we really feel our tribe has a place geographically where we connect with other tribes just through the water that flows from our region to theirs. So we see the water not as our water, but it's water that we share with everyone. And our tribe is not federally recognized currently. We're working to get federal recognition, but that process is very, very difficult because the policies and the rules that are in place say that you have to document your existence as a tribal government, as a tribal community since 1900. And when you think back to just the information that Adriana shared earlier, that California native populations experienced an incredible hardship. And I think if we had a graph in front of us, we would see, at a high end, pre-contact, where you had thriving native communities, and then over time, with the violence and genocide that happened, our populations just went down and down and down until we hit kind of a rock bottom point in the early 1900s, where our populations were reduced by 90% within California. And so if you think about the populations, that corresponds to traditional culture and practices and activities that we currently did on lands and waters that we no longer had access to. And so that further complicates our ability to not only use it on a frequent basis, but also to provide some of this documentation that you're hearing about today. And that's really the case with the federal acknowledgement process, where you had tribal governments in the 1910s and the 1920s, and they just could never have foreseen this need, 50 or more years into the future, that they're going to need this evidence to document and prove who they are. And I think with tribal beneficial uses, there could be some parallels to that, where the tribes just didn't envision an opportunity or a process like this, and may not have the information that you all are seeking to defend your decisions. So that's an important thing to consider. Are there alternatives or other ways of getting at the information? So it really requires that close working relationship with the tribe to better determine and understand how that information really should be brought forward in the first place. And of course, with the confidentiality concerns and such. But it really is a challenge for the tribes, because we just didn't foresee this. We're very happy about it, of course, because as tribes, we feel like we have not been included in important decisions that the state has made regarding water. And in Mono Lake, our case, a lot of work was done in the 1980s and 1990s, and we were just not a part of it. We were not consulted. We were not asked what was meaningful or useful to our tribe when some of those water decisions were made, and we were just totally left out. So our tribe really sees this process as sort of our first opportunity to really engage with the water boards, for you to hear us, to hear what we're saying, to hear what's important to us. And it's the first time. And so we really value this opportunity, but we may be unprepared in many ways. We may be behind the data collection that you all would like to see, but we still want to be involved. I think a big tribal concern is that oftentimes we are not involved early on in discussions or planning, and then we're given this information. It's been shared with us after it's already been formulated for the most part, so that really any tribal input can just be pretty minor. It might just being a tweak in something that's already thought out, a process that's already been defined. Our tribes, tribal people, we see water as sacred. We see water as a living being, and a living being has many attributes that go above and beyond water as a resource. So that's important to keep in mind, that we see water differently than non-tribal people in some cases. So I wanted to share that with you. With water bodies, we may see water bodies as a continuum, that it goes from the lake up to the snowfields. It's not a segment, it's not a reach, it's a continuum. It's a continuum in terms of a living being. So those are all things that I think, as we talk together and better understand one another, those are some of the things that we can educate others on how we view water, and how water is really important to us, how we don't own water. It's something that's given to us by our Creator, and that's something that is shared amongst people. And this water as a living being has that relationship with humans across time and place. So that's really things that when I see some of the definitions, I'm thinking, oh, they're missing something here. This is not quite how we see it. So we definitely want to work with the water board staff and folks to help, I think, better picture what we're all working towards. And with this opportunity, we do want to work and collect that data and provide information and testimonies and so forth. But again, we're very limited in terms of capacity to do this work. And so not only is the amount of information needed would be challenging for us, but the time to do it in is also very difficult as well. So it's really great to see that there's some thought and planning into dealing with tribal capacity or lack thereof, so that there's funding and resources available to help address that. But I looked at one of the applications and it's just above and beyond what our tribe could do, what our tribe could put together to get that resource for our funding. And we've worked with other California state agencies in terms of funding to help the tribes with the capacity, but in many times we're competing with others, or we don't have that ability to really formulate those proposals and applications. And what we've seen with other agencies, California, is that they will create a tribal advisory team to help the tribes, to work with the tribes to put together a proposal that is sound and approvable, even if it is competitive. It just depends. But I think those are just in general some of the resources or concerns and things that I would wanted to share from our tribe. And again, our tribe is just one of many. The things that I'm saying may be more specific to our region, but in many ways, I think they're shared widely with other tribes, and it'll be really wonderful to hear them as we continue this discussion. But I want to thank you for your attention, and would be glad to participate further as questions and discussions happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dean. My name is Ben Lutton. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer again with Lahontan Water Board. And, you know, before I get started, I just wanted to share a number of appreciations. You know, I appreciate the organizers of WQCC and the opportunity to speak on this panel. I really want to thank Dean for making the journey and represent the Coosadeca tribe here today. In fact, Dean traveled by train to Sacramento and then walked here. So not only is he an amazing guy, and it's been a pleasure getting to know him, but he is also a true in the form of conservation and being green, and does that because he believes that reducing emissions and his footprint is really important. And we had a chance to have dinner last night and catch up, and it's just been a really pleasure getting to know him. And so, and along those lines, when I got to know Dean, it was at a face-to-face all-staff meeting that we had in Lee Vining, which is, I think, the approximate location of this where this photo was taken. Dean could correct me on that, but anyhow, it's on the shores of Mono Lake, and it was the first face-to-face all-staff meeting that we'd had in almost 3 years because of the pandemic. And we spent a day in Bishop doing our, Lahontan Water Board stuff. And then we drove up to Lee Vining from Bishop up through Highway 395. And we spent a day with Dean and Charlotte Lang, the tribal chair. And it was a wonderful day. It was a day filled with laughter, some tears were shed, and an immense amount of understanding occurred during that day. We watched a powerful video about environmental justice challenges, racial equity issues in the Owens Valley, which, if some of you are familiar, are very long-standing. And by the way, several of the tribal members of the Coosadeca starred in this documentary. And they treated us to lunch, and then we went on a wonderful field tour to a couple of locations on the shore of Mono Lake, including a location where they harvest or have harvested in the past the Kutsavi fly larva, which is, I believe, the derivative of the name of the tribe. So I worked on a lot of projects in my career, but this one I think is really special. Working with the tribe in this way, and it brings us great amount of satisfaction and joy as the Lahontan Water Board, not only from the board members, but the managers and the staff and everybody. And this is one of our highest priorities. So Joaquin's first question of the day about what word characterizes the last year, I believe my word is eventful. mostly in the positive direction, but there's also been challenges. I want to just touch on a couple quick things because I think the really great part about today's discussion will be the questions, the Q&A session that's going to follow. So I'll keep this pretty short. But I think this project has really provided us with a lot of opportunities to better collaborate with tribes, opportunities for not only tribal beneficial use to protect water resources, but also to begin a dialogue about the resource assistance that we could provide the tribes as the water boards. I think you've already heard from Adriana and then again from Dean that we really need more capacity building grants and resources for projects like this. It's challenging enough, I think, for many tribes, all tribes, but particularly those that are not federally recognized, as Dean was talking about just a minute ago. I understand that there are opportunities for grant programs like the Cal EPA Environmental Justice Action Grant Program, but we need more opportunities for that. We need assistance even in just the application process itself, as Dean mentioned. The other challenge, I think, opportunity and challenge is that, our experience as a water board staff is that communication can be challenging as well. I think that there's a lot of support by tribal members to pursue things like tribal beneficial uses. But if you've ever traveled around the Eastern Sierra, you know that it's quite remote and cell phone reception is spotty and sometimes internet isn't great. So just communication with tribal members, especially when you have a tribe that's approximately 80 members itself and that's spread over a vast portion of the state, is in of itself very challenging. Even being able to get reliable connections or conduct hybrid meetings. The next thing I wanted to touch on was, the pace at which the process has occurred. And so as you know from comments made, I think in the timeline by Adriana, the state board adoption of the definitions, tribal beneficial uses definitions occurred in 2017. So that was, a few years ago. And we're one of the first regions to pursue water body specific designations, along with others that she also touched on. And I think that, these processes take a long time. I'm always surprised how long they do take. I think everybody is, but for good reason. But I just concerned about any momentum that we might lose with this effort. And we're on, we're getting closer. In fact, we hope to have a adoption hearing in 2024. And, this ties together with the capacity problem in my mind. If you're able to have folks like Dean and Charlotte available to help, you have to seize the moment and try to provide them with the capacity so that you can, accomplish the goals associated with the project, which ultimately would be to have an adoption hearing and designate water bodies. Beyond that, it could be water quality objectives, which you learned, but the next step, the next phase for us right now is water body designations. So I understand that it takes a long time. I just feel a sense of urgency, to some degree, that we can go ahead and get this across the finish line. And then I'll finally end with just to leave you with the sense of how important this is to the Lahontan Water Board. This has been on our triennial review, and also it's sort of nested within our environmental justice and racial equity efforts. And actually later today, when I give my Lahontan Water Board presentation, I'll touch a little bit more on that. But we've gone so far as to incorporate racial equity and environmental justice goal for our regional goals. It's our 5th regional goal, which we just added. So if that doesn't sort of impress upon you the level of prioritization and importance for our region, it really is. It really has. So in closing, we're 100% committed to this effort. And I just, again, want to really emphasize what a pleasure it's been getting to know Dean and Charlotte Lang, the board chair, and really look forward to the partnership and all the successes that we'll share as we move forward. So thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dean, Ben, Phil, and Stacy. So we've come to the part of our session here where we will open it up to you all if you have any questions for the specific speakers. We'll have questions for speakers for about 10 minutes, and then we'll really just open it up to discussions amongst the group, as well as any comments from tribal representatives and members of the public.
If you have a question, please do raise your hand and a mic will come around to you. And I'm also monitoring the Slido Q&A. So if you want to type in a question, please do so as well. And I'll make sure it gets over here to Adriana.
Thanks to each of you for your presentation. One of the difficulties I've experienced is keeping current as we comply with the various executive orders and tribal consultation policies. It's hard to keep current with what are really 100 or so federally recognized tribes and almost 100 state recognized tribes with the contact information. And how are we as a large organization able to do that given tribal elections and things like that change on an annual or biennial basis?
Yeah, really great question. Thank you. So the state agency that maintains the contact information for California Native American tribes is the California Native American Heritage Commission. And the last time that the Native American Heritage Commission revised their contact list was in 2018. At the beginning of 2023, our water board staff have been partnering with the Native American Heritage Commission to send letters and direct calls to all tribes within their list to update that information, because we know that how important that is. The Native American Heritage Commission requires that tribes submit a formal letter indicating who is their tribal contact for different types of consultation, so AB 52 or others. So that requires an additional level of communication in addition to maybe just looking something up online. So we are working on it. We definitely think it's important, and we are constantly working in partnership with that agency.
Thank you. Hi, Chris Murray with Region 8. I had a question with the areas where our tribal governments overlap different water bodies and regions. How can we, as a state-wide collective of water agencies, help to streamline some of the process for them? And then my follow-up question is, how are our tribes being informed about the grant assistance that's available? And anyone who's ever filled out a grant application knows it's very cumbersome and difficult. Is there any support to help them with filling those forms out too? Like, how can we assist them at a regional and statewide basis?
Let me try to take the first one, and maybe I'll defer to you, Adrienne, on the second. So if I understood the question, it's what can we do where there are multiple tribes who have historic activities or current or future activities on the same water body, and how can we help to streamline that? So the answer is, I think, twofold. One is that we certainly, to the extent that we can and that we know who's involved, we should be reaching out to all of the tribes at once. They may or may not want to communicate with us collectively, but we at least should be reaching out to all of the tribes and getting all of the information. The second point is that when we designate cultural beneficial uses, We do need to have some notion as to what those activities are. But it's fine if there are different activities because ultimately our objective is to protect the most sensitive activities. And so depending on what the pollutant is or the time of year or the rate of exposures that could occur, ultimately what we're trying to do is making sure that we know what the activities are so that we can protect those that are most sensitive given the context that we're regulating in.
And I think I heard a different question. I think I heard the question around if a tribe's ancestral land overlap multiple regional water boards. And so that's a question that I actually bring back to you all to think about how we can better coordinate. And part of that's one of the questions in our discussion questions. And I also think that's a question for tribal representatives as well to give us feedback around that. One idea could be if a regional water board is consulting with the tribe and they know that the nearby regional water board is also consulting with that tribe, could they maybe have both regional water boards in that same meeting to sort of reduce? So that's an example. And then in terms of the funding, I'm not sure if there will be technical assistance related to the environmental justice action grants, but that's a great suggestion.
For Mono Lake area, where we had a number of tribes, like I said, we share that water. When we first learned about the beneficial use process, we engaged with the other tribes, just tribe to tribe, because there's greater trust in a scenario like that. And we said this is an opportunity for us to work on this. We should work on this together, and everybody was in agreement. But because it was the first time, we thought this could be a huge challenge to try to work on all of the water bodies within Lahontan region. And so the tribes said, well, let's start with Mono Lake, because for the tribes in the Owens Valley, they said, well, here's Owens Lake. It's just a white lake bed now. And the water has been drained. So we don't want this to happen to your lake at Mono Lake. So why don't you guys be first in line to work on this? We'll support you, we'll help you, and then we'll be ready at a later date to start incorporating our water bodies into a future designation. So there's some of that internal tribal workings that would be worth finding with somebody with tribal group within your region who could act as that internal tribal negotiator and working within the tribes without you present, but just working intertribally to help get at some of those issues of shared water sources. And if there's any strategies that the tribes may offer like they did for us, but that's another thing too. I wanted to add things.
Yeah, good morning. And I'm Norma Camacho, and I'm with Region 4. And one thing I was wondering about in just hearing the process, it just seems like the process is very reactive rather than proactive in terms of the outreach. We kind of wait for the tribes to come to us. And I'm just wondering if there's some way in which we can, as regional boards, actually do a lot of the legwork. Like, for instance, in Southern California, there was a study that was just released from the USC Spatial Sciences Institute, which mapped the LA landscape history and the indigenous landscape that occurred for many years. And so there could be a lot of universities that are doing the same in terms of laying out the base landscape or the work that has to be done that could perhaps even shortcut the application process, or there could be a way in which we can, as a regional board, do a lot of that legwork as well. And so I just wanted to get some ideas from you if that's something that would be open or doable. I mean, and should we as regional boards be taking a more proactive role if this is really important to us?
I guess I'm the regional board representative here. Yeah, I think anytime we can involve academia to assist in this type of thing, especially with story maps or landscape maps like you're describing, that would be really fantastic. I mean, we have done fairly rudimentary proactive outreach through letters to tribes within our region. But again, it's sometimes even a capacity issue there and getting back to us and stuff. So I think any sort of tools, and I'm interested to see Adriana's response to this as well, would be fantastic. And the more that we can coordinate, between regional boards on things like that, the better. Anytime there's a map or some sort of visual or online, tool that's available, to be able to get people engaged and even come up with more focus areas, I think, the better.
I know there's some hands in the room here as well. If there's nothing more from the panel, we do have a virtual question. What advice do you have for creating the space? What are some of the things that you as tribal members have heard that we can learn from and improve? And that might be a little more directed to Dean, but maybe Ben, if you have any feedback from there as well.
I think hearing from other tribes what the other tribes are doing is really important. People in Central Valley who couldn't be here today, but their tribal folks are very well educated and experienced in working with water, whereas at Mono Lake we're not. So we've had a really wonderful time interacting and learning from them and hearing how they're approaching it. So we're sharing ideas so that we don't have to take that time to come to that point where like, oh, we should be doing this or we should be thinking about that. But by talking with our peers, our tribal peers in other regions, seeing what they're doing can help shorten some of that learning curve, that because we're all doing this for the first time in many ways. So that's what comes to mind for me.
Yeah, I'll just add that we socialize this project, this effort internally. And internally, I mean within La'ahan Water Board staff on a regular basis. So everybody is attuned to what's going on and where the status is in the event that they have contacts, with various tribes. Additionally, we're contemplating sort of as a next step in having a series of workshops and meetings, if you will, with tribes in our region, partly to update them on the status of where we're at with the designations at Mono Lake and working with the Kutsetica, and also, receive input from them in terms of requests, or potential future requests for water body designations. And I think to Dean's point, it's really important for them to be tracking this project. They're very interested. As Dean said, they sort of collectively decided that let's start with Mono Lake first, and see how it goes. And we're deferential to the Kutsetica. So we're again contemplating some future workshops just to make sure people are aware of what's going on and engaged.
So this question is for Phil. And I just wanted to address this from a public health standpoint and maybe primary bodily contact, or at least being around water bodies. Now, you said the dates aren't important, and I totally agree with that. But I'm curious about the time of the year. We have different concerns. For example, in the summer, maybe if you're in lake areas or streams, harmful algal blooms, which could affect both pets and humans. And also then in colder weather, when you have storms, and I'm not very well informed on Indian customs, so please forgive me, but I don't know if there's ceremonies in wet weather times as well as dry weather times. So I'm just thinking about that. So can you ask season, or is that inappropriate?
Yes, absolutely. If the use or the activity occurs only seasonally and definitely does not occur in other seasons, then the water boards absolutely have the ability to designate the use just on a seasonal basis as opposed to year round. I will say the default for our uses, if you look through the basin plans, the default is the use occurs year round, but we do have several basin plans that do designate uses only on a seasonal basis. And if that's what's appropriate in this circumstance, that's absolutely what we should be doing.
Thank you. Jean-Pierre with the Central Coast Regional Water Board. The question is, what type of communication and collaboration all of you have with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife? Since we're talking about subsistence fishing, aquatic habitat, etc., is there any type of communication and collaboration intra-agencies taking place?
I can't speak provide a real detailed response. I just know that in a general sense that our technical staff are in communication with CDFW. Certainly where there are known fish tissue concerns, and that's just part of, I think, the evaluation also in designating specific water bodies to these beneficial uses is assessing, the current condition, water quality condition, which would also be any concerns associated with mercury and fish tissue as well. The level of coordination, I can't specify, but I do know that it's occurring at some level.
Hi. All right. Thanks for the panel and the space. And I've been really looking forward to this topic and having everyone together to talk about it. I think this is really timely given that we have all, the state board adopted the racial equity resolution. The regional boards have all been really engaged in that, either adopted their own or advanced that in different ways. And as the presentation helped highlight, tribal beneficial uses have been elevated as priority in every region. But we haven't yet even designated a water body since we adopted this in 2017, much less gotten to looking at, even close to looking at objectives or implementation plans. So I really am concerned that the process that we have begun is built to fail, that we're not going to ever get to where we have stated as our goal, both in terms of adopting this resolution and then also in terms of our racial equity resolution. So I think this is a really great opportunity for us to look at across the water boards. Are there things we can be doing to rethink how to accelerate this process in appropriate ways to accomplish the goals in a better way? There's, I think, a lot of ideas that I don't know how much we'll be able to get into specifics today. But one of the key things I think is listening to and looking for spaces and advice from folks like Dean, and I know Crystal's here today. And there's a good number of tribal leaders that have been working together to help develop common understandings of challenges and opportunities across different regions and statewide. I think if we could be looking at what structures we might develop, both ways that I would say the State Water Board can be working with and coordinating with our regions to be able to support structures to develop a more accelerated, or at least, helping to accelerate the momentum that has been already developed in certain regions, and how we can build on or more more intentionally develop structures to elevate that advisory or strategy input role in terms of how we're accomplishing this overall goal across the state. I guess I had a couple questions. Well, and one other couple other things I wanted to highlight before I get to my questions. One is there are a number of things that we've developed and we're in the process of developing with our racial equity plan, including with all the regional boards. Our racial equity toolkit was released and it's a work in progress. But one of the things I just want to highlight is that there is best practices and contact information that's updated regularly related to environmental justice and tribal and stakeholder outreach. And I just really encourage folks to make sure you know that exists, because staff put in a lot of time to develop it. We all need to be doing it throughout all of it, but I just wanted to sort of lift that up, because when the question was asked about tribal contact information, yes, there's a process in terms of statewide agency and formal tribal government structures, but there's also a process we are doing and taking that we can take our own leadership around updating and developing those relationships and contacts throughout our region of folks to engage with. So I want to put a plug for that. I want to put a plug for the capacity building efforts that are being discussed with the regions on ways of maybe, rather than just looking of developing capacity building grants related to funding. And so I know there'll be more discussions on that. And then I wanted to lift up, I think, a point that I haven't fully processed, but I would encourage all of us to think about, which is what I heard today was that even if there is not a basin plan amendment, if there's an existing tribal beneficial use, then that needs to be, even if it hasn't been recognized in the basin plan, that still needs to be protected in all of our permit and permitting processes. And so I don't know that we've really fleshed that out, but I think one of the things that brings to mind to me is, maybe taking a look at, as a decision maker, when I have things come up, part of a major strategy that we had with the racial equity resolution is we should be centering a racial equity lens and understanding racial equity implications when decisions are brought before us. And in order to do that, I think it's really important for us to know, are tribal beneficial uses being impacted or by decisions that we're making? And if we haven't even identified where tribal beneficial uses are, whether or not they need a new objective or a different implementation plan, it seems really important for us to be able to even just make that first step. And we've created so many barriers just to do a definition or designate something. That seems really counterproductive from that standpoint. And I just think if we can start to look at maybe how we might approach things differently to advance that, that can be, we should be looking at that. So my actual questions, I have two. One is, Region 1, actually, what adopted beneficial uses or tribal beneficial uses and went through has worked on this before any of this happened at the state level. And I would love to hear just if there was some learning or reflection from Region 1 on how that has been helpful. Maybe you have. Sorry, I didn't see the discussion questions earlier, but I would love to hear that. And then secondly, I would just really love to hear about the statewide work that has been going on from tribal leaders that have been looking at collaborating across regions. And I was wondering if Crystal Moreno could speak a little bit to that, and just what you've seen and discussed in terms of how we might better achieve our goals. Maybe start with that one.
So hi, everybody. I'm Crystal Moreno. I'm going to just move over so you all can see me because I actually have really bad knees. I am the program manager for traditional ecological knowledge for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. I am not a tribal member there. I am an honorary member, if you ask my boss, who's the vice chair. I started out there as the court administrator for their tribal court, and then later on came back and worked for Vice Chair Tayaba, who is still my boss today and is just a wonderful leader. She couldn't be here today, so I speak on her behalf and the tribe's behalf. A little bit of background for Shingle Springs, just so you all know, like you have a clearer picture on some of the challenges that we have as tribes. Just because the tribe was relocated to Shingle Springs doesn't mean that the tribe also doesn't have ancestral territory that spans 7 California counties. And so when we talk about challenges and working with, the water board and the regional boards, and we're talking about, not just definitions. I mean, we're kind of through that, even though, we have some concerns there, but really it's about the designation process. So I can throw up a map and actually, the folks from Region 5, you're going to get our map soon. I promise. It's still going through leadership approval, but we're taking an all water bodies approach, because to do so would just not do justice to how we utilize the waterways. Now, we work with Region 5. However, the tribe's ancestral territory overlaps, and we should and could also be working with Region 6. We just don't have the capacity. And so we have to make these very difficult decisions around how we prioritize our capacity, not just staff time, but the resources that we have. It's incredibly difficult. Every tribe is in different places. Every tribe, may utilize the water in similar but different ways. And so when we're talking about having to come to the regional boards and basically provide proof, it's that in itself is a concept that's difficult for us, because we want to look at our interaction, right? Wherever we decide to prioritize our time is extremely valuable to us. And so we want to make sure that we're coming to a table with folks that is actually really genuine about interacting with tribes. And I think that, and I've said this to state board, I've said this even to federal agencies. I think, when you come to the table with tribes, you really have to be honest with yourself about where you are. Are you being genuine? Because the trust factor, as Dean, spoke about earlier, is real. We're not going to waste our time, working with folks that, are not taking an approach from a partnership place, because we don't want the paternalistic approach. That immediately is a turnoff. We've been there, we've done that, we continue to fight against it. When we talk about racial equity, we're still fighting things, right? We're still trying to navigate systems of racism, right? Of even genocide. We talk about cultural genocide, in some of these proposed projects, and one of them even being the fact that TBUs has taken so long to get into place. While that's happening, while we're trying to, figure out how we're going to jump over these hurdles, our water bodies are being damaged. And we have to also explain to you, we're here to talk and to educate, because number one, you can't do a great job if you're not understanding tribal values and the way that tribes view waterways and its connection to everything, right? Our responsibility, our reciprocal relationship to our cultural landscapes. And again, it's not just one place. It's not just Shingle Springs. The tribe that I work for has major village sites, even not too far from here, right? Down here on the Sacramento American River, up to the Feather, the Bear, the Consumnes. I mean, it's so difficult to have one meeting and have people understand, your staff understand what that means to us, right? So when I say we want to take the all water bodies approach, we don't have a choice. We have to, because that's the way we operate as Native people. It's a way of life. And so, I understand also the need to prioritize where we start. We have to start somewhere. And in saying that, I'll also say we don't have to have all the answers before we start designating, before we start implementing. We can start and then we can work together on implementation. We have to start somewhere because I cannot take my tribal youth, I cannot take tribal elders down to some places on the river because they can't gather there. The water quality is so bad. You know, and yes, seasonally, that's a real thing. I'm glad that someone brought up the HABs issue. We barely this year were able to pull some resources and fund our water quality program. We have one staff person that's doing that. So what that means is then, you know, I have to figure out my time, go with this one staff person, and I'm trying to cross train. But tribes do need resources. We need funding. We need easy mechanisms to do that, which means, you know, we have to be creative. And we have to figure out how we work together to make this, you know, as easy as possible for tribes. I mean, I know all y'all want it to be easy on your side, but really, it really is about how do we get more tribal engagement? How do you get the information you need? And then here's a question for your legal counsel. When we're talking about the proof that's required, who determines that level? Who determines how much detail you need? Because I'll tell you what, in my conversations with other tribes, they don't feel like they want to give you a whole heck of a lot of information, but they don't want to miss the opportunity to protect the waterways because, you know, that's what's putting some of our tribal citizens at risk.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the level of information,
Right. So when we're talking about proof and, you know, protections and confidentialities and things like that, I guess my question is, if I, as a tech specialist, come and say, this water body was used in this way, we gather here. Who's going to tell me, well, we need more specific information?
well,
Or not, or is
Yeah.
that good enough? Right.
Right.
So it's my understanding, just because also I am a member of the Tribal Beneficial Uses Caucus that we recently, well, Shingle Springs is actually late to that process just because we didn't have the capacity. So we've been engaged maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years now with that caucus, but we're hearing things across the board where in certain regions, tribes are being pushed to provide more information than they want to. And so there's all of these, you know, various hurdles. I think the main challenge is lack of consistency across boards.
so I think, first of all, like Stacy said, the level of evidence really does come down to the reasonable person standard. Would a reasonable person having the opportunity to see that information, could they conclude that yes, either the use has actually occurred since 1975 and that date comes from the Clean Water Act, or is likely to occur in the future if it's not currently occurring? And, you know, it would be wonderful if we could give really, really consistent guidance as to what that means, but a lot of times the facts are going to be fairly fact specific. So my goal is to make sure that the staff that the tribes are interacting with sort of understand that basic premise and then can come back and talk to their managers and their attorneys to figure out whether we've met that threshold for evidence. And once we meet it, we don't need any more information. And in fact, we don't want any more information. So it's really trying to work with the tribe to figure out where that spot is and make sure the tribe's comfortable giving us that much information, but no more.
Okay. And again, that's going to be a challenge for many of us because we're going to want to give you, some of us are going to want to give you not very detailed information, but we're going to want to generally tell you, this is where we've gathered, this is where we've fished, we continue to fish, this is where we are, you know, even down to doing field trips with tribal youth, right? And their exposures there. And I'll leave you with this because I know I'm talking a lot and I'm actually going to catch a flight and go to the US EPA conference where this is also a topic there because it's pretty important stuff. The way that we use water, if you just sit down and you talk to your tribes, I understand, trust me, I know the Native American Heritage Commission list seems to always be, you know, not sufficient enough. I would encourage you to reach out to the tribes in your region, more than just a letter, more than an email, phone calls. If you're, you know, able to get a hold of neighboring tribes, ask them who's the contact person on this issue, because, you know, we're like state agencies. We have turnover, we have leadership changes, things change, right? Priorities change, but let us help you, because what's most important is being able to do your job but having that job being informed by tribes, because we are the only ones that can give you that tribal perspective and the tribal value system that we, utilize in the way we live our lives.
Here. Just thank you incredibly. I know it is a really busy time and your time is very valued in that perspective, incredibly so. And thank you, Board Member Firestone, as well, for your remarks amongst this. This is incredibly critical work. It is a huge priority, certainly of the board. And we'll just say as well, that no other states are having these conversations, and this is new ground amongst us all. So I appreciate everyone's just coming to this with a lot of humility. I know I have to, and the history dictates that we have to. So just thank you. It means a lot, the presence and the ability for all of us to have this conversation with each other. And let's keep on with questions as well. Amy.
Thank you very much. I would like, I'm wondering if you can elaborate more on the reasonable person standard, because I'm wondering if you've run into situations where there may be cultural differences in what meets a reasonable person standard. So, I'm thinking, for example, of oral histories. What quality of information needs to be in an oral history? How specific does that information need to be? Oral histories may be more allegorical. And does that, would that qualify to meet the reasonable person standard? So I'm just wondering if you can expand a little bit more on the reasonable. If it's a certain culture is what it must meet the reasonable person of a certain culture, or how do you take it into consideration that different cultures may have a different standard of what is reasonable?
Thanks, Amy. So I'll start and see if Stacy has anything to add. So for better or for worse, a reasonable person is a subjective standard, and it's going to be applied through the lens of the court system. And, again, for better or worse, has a certain orientation to it that doesn't necessarily include tribal perspectives that would be different. But I think there's a couple of key things that might be helpful here. One of those is that, again, it's information to support a conclusion that the activity is not something that happened purely in the past, because we don't designate uses for things that happened only in the past and are not likely to occur again. So oral traditions, even allegorical information, might be useful to explain why it could happen again in the future, but by itself, just a history or historical evidence, whether it's from a university or from a tribe or any other source, that by itself wouldn't be sufficient to support a designation of either an existing occurring use or a probable future use. But it might be helpful to explain why there's a reason to believe the use might occur in the future. Evidence that would be helpful to support a conclusion that the use might happen in the future would include things like activities by the tribe to actually renew historical uses. Again, anything that a reasonable person would take as, oh, I can conclude from this that there's a probability that actually there will be this old historic use, it will be renewed in this area during these seasons with these similar activities. That would be reasonable, right? Evidence for an existing use, so that's something that's actually occurring today or has occurred at any point since 1975, that would be evidence that's of a totally different nature. That would be perhaps a statement from a tribal representative that we can say, well, we can rely on this person because they are authorized to represent the tribe, and they are actually stating as a matter of fact that members of the tribe make use of this water body in this way. We don't need to know the specific location or even the type of the year or the time of the year, But if we have a tribal representative who can attest that, yes, our members use the water body this way during these seasons, and the activity encompasses these specifics, that should satisfy a reasonable person standard, especially because it's really hard to prove a negative, right? It's very hard to put in evidence that says, no, they don't. So it's not a super high burden. I think that's the key. It's not a super high burden, and it's also, we don't need a lot of specificity. And so I think if the more we can get that message out, the more we can kind of break down that barrier to the extent that exists, that's kind of keeping us from going forward with a lot of beneficial use designations.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I think I'll just add, just acknowledge that the Office of Chief Counsel for the State Water Board and councils for all of the regions, we are actively wrestling with these issues right now. Obviously, we haven't had a designation yet occur. Region 6 is poised to have that happen. And we're engaging on that. We're looking at issues that aren't a first impression for the water boards historically, but certainly for many of us and our time with the board. And so, you know, maybe our answers are less than clear as what would be desired right now. So just to acknowledge that. And I think the other thing I want to acknowledge is that, as Phil mentioned, it's not a you have to prove within, you know, a reasonable doubt that it's occurring or not. And so when we talk about the reasonable person standard, it is some evidence from which the court and Office of Administrative Law can conclude that the decision was sound. And so it is a lower level of evidence. And again, it's not proving it, the use occurs or doesn't occur, because when we talk about proving a use, you know, it does bring into the conversation sensitivities around, you know, who are we to decide internally if it's happened, if the tribes are telling us it's happened. So it's not proving it so much so as having a record that supports the water board's decision to promulgate a regulation, which is what basin plans are. So there's definitely, you know, the tension between the two desires. And then, of course, needing enough information so we can protect the use. And so our goal is not to designate waters and have no appreciation for what the activities are, because our goal is actually to protect the waters, the uses. And so we have to have some clarity as to what the activities are so that we can then do the water quality protections and the hard work there.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes, so before we wrap up our item, we just want to check in to see if there are any other tribal representatives joining us online who would like to comment. No? Okay. Any members of the public? Okay, so we've come to the end. We have maybe 2 or 3 more minutes. I know that many of you had hands raised. We don't have time for any more questions, but I want to just connect with our panelists to see if there's any final thoughts that either of you have as we wrap up.
Well, I heard a lot of really interesting comments and questions. So it's great to see you're thinking, you're debating within yourselves how to move forward. So that's really encouraging for us tribal people to see the interest and willingness to engage with this. So I thank you very much.
Yeah, I just appreciate again the opportunity to share our story, and by virtue of the questions that have asked, I think you guys understand what we're dealing with, and we're here as a resource for you too, and on our journey, and we can certainly share our experiences for your own tribal beneficial use efforts moving forward.
All right. Well, I want to say thank you so much, Dean, for making the long train ride over here. We really appreciate it. I also want to say thank you so much, Crystal, for sharing your perspective as well. Thank you to Ben, Phil, Stacy. And I want to thank all of you. There were so many hands raised, and that's just indicative of how passionate all of the water boards are and how much we need to continue these discussions. So perfect timing is lunch. You can continue talking about tribal beneficial uses in your lunch. And on the screen, for those of us who are watching online, are more websites where you can learn more. Thanks again.
Let's give a round of applause for the panel, please. Just thank you. There's no way we could do justice to this discussion in 2 hours. And, as you heard, there is a tribal beneficiaries caucus. So we're working with tribes. But I think what here I'll just flag we should think about is some structured follow-up around this topic with the regions. And so maybe a working group amongst the regional boards and state board staff, and where we can better incorporate structured feedback from our tribes could be really powerful. So I'll just say that at the top. Lunch is here. It is in the back. There is an assortment of sandwiches. We try to make sure and a few salads there as well. We tried to capture everyone's food preferences. There are chips in addition, drinks. And please do get, if you have a chance, $20 over to Meredith. Meredith is over here and incredibly doing all this work in helping coordinate us. So thank you all. Let's have a lunch. The other thing I need to make sure I announce is that there are headshots, an opportunity to get headshots here available for everyone. It's happening out in the courtyard. Lunch is until 2 o'clock. So you have time, grab your lunch, eat, go get a headshot, and we'll come back at 2 here and continue the day. Thank you all so much. We'll be here shortly. We're in lunch now.
Just find it and bring it down a bit. No, so no, we noticed that you were getting feedback on this one. Yeah. Middle mic, all right. Test, test. Just bring it down a little bit. All right, just bring it down a little bit.
Okay, everyone, I know it is 2 o'clock, but we won't start for another 5 or 10 minutes, so you can keep chatting.
Other than.
If you'd like, and good to see you too. If you'd like, and if it feels appropriate, I'd be happy to speak briefly to Region 1's tribal beneficial use experience while I just give my presentation and maybe go through the others and then see if we have time and then I can speak to it. Or you want
Just
me to
incorporate it. Just incorporate it. I really
Okay.
would.
Okay, I'll just touch on it after.
We ran out of time, and when I saw your question flag on there, I was going to go. So
I don't have a ton to say about it, but I can share a few thoughts. I'll just add it after. My slides are on a totally separate topic, but I'll just add it at the end.
Perfect. Yeah, please do. And don't worry about taking too much time on it. You guys have a lot of great work and leadership in this space, so we want to hear it. Thank you. Okay, everyone. We'll gather back, and I'll go ahead and welcome up our panel that will be presenting. Okay, everyone. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I hope everyone had a great lunch. Welcome back. Thank you all for what was an incredible morning. We have our word cloud up now. Thanks for, and wanted to touch back on it here as we then transition to our panel on the Clean Water Act and the Sackett decision. But as you can see, there is a lot of interesting, hectic, and challenging work. And amongst them is here the recent Supreme Court decisions on the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act and what it means, since it is such a foundational relationship that Porter Cologne, our water boards, and the Clean Water Act, and the resources that the federal government puts to so much of the work and priority that we're here to discuss. And so to discuss what the implications of the where am I at? Oh, I'm sorry. I will lower your anxiety. You do not have to speak about that. That will be the panel after this. We are in a regional board updates. I apologize. I jumped ahead in my agenda. It takes a village to make WQCC work. So thank you, everyone. Before we go to that really important discussion that I tried to stage up, we will actually hear from our regional boards and on very important updates that may or may not be in vein with some of what I just mentioned. But importantly, let me refocus us. We're actually having our regional board updates. We have, again this year, bucketed these out into tranches of 3 regions to give us their update and then some discussion there afterwards. Just thank you, because there is a lot going on, and going back to the word cloud and better connecting us to this discussion, it is challenging. There is so much going on, and just really appreciate you for being here and part of this discussion. If I had actually just looked at who you were instead of just launching into it, probably would have realized it's a regional board update. Thank you, and we'll kick it off. And we're just going by numerical order. So regions 1 through 3, and we'll start off with Valerie.
Thank you. I'm Valerie Quinto from Region 1. And because we're at WQCC, I thought I would throw in some acronyms on my very first slide, just to be on theme. And so I'm new to the EO position at Region 1. I started in January. And one of the things that I have really enjoyed learning about being part of the water boards is just the way that all the water boards work together and the ways that we can really lift one another up and make support one another's work and make it better. And so for the story that I wanted to share from our region, I chose something that is a story that happened in our region, but has some statewide benefits that I thought would be interesting for all of you to hear about. So the context of this is that the Caltrans statewide permit and individual 401 certs for Caltrans projects require that they implement low impact development BMPs to attenuate stormwater impacts of their projects. Oh, thank you. And to verify that in our region, we work with 3 different Caltrans districts in our region, and to verify that they were fulfilling that requirement to implement, track, and inventory those BMPs, we requested their low impact development BMP data from the 3 Caltrans districts. And what we learned when we received that data was that depending on the Caltrans district, as few as 1 in 4 required BMPs were actually being tracked, reported, and maintained in their databases. Next slide, please. Because of that incomplete data that was available, we required Caltrans to field inspect whether all those required BMPs from their permits were actually existing and what the condition was. And we found that the BMPs fell into 4 general categories. The best one was that the BMP exists and is functioning. The next best was that the BMP exists and needs maintenance. The next was that the BMP existed but is in poor condition and probably needs to be replaced. And then the worst category was that the BMP just wasn't there at all. Next slide, please. And so working collaboratively with Caltrans, we were able to, after working through that data, we were able to work with them to make sure that the existing BMPs that were salvageable were properly maintained, make sure that new BMPs got installed. And then I think most notably, Caltrans also implemented new processes statewide, process improvements so that they had, as they worked through their own internal processes, they had new boxes to check to basically make sure that their BMPs were not only being installed properly, but also were winding up in that database so that then they had the information they needed to go back and consistently maintain those BMPs in compliance with their permit requirements. And so, you know, a kind of discrete story within Region 1, but something that we hope will yield benefits for all regions throughout the state when working with Caltrans. So that was my quick story, and I'm glad I went quick because I did also just want to take a minute. I appreciated Board Member Firestone, you know, asking the question about lessons learned on tribal beneficial uses in Region 1. And I mentioned I'm new to my position. I wasn't around at the region 20 years ago when we first adopted tribal beneficial uses into the basin plan. But I've been really interested in the topic and doing some learning. And I think kind of my greatest takeaway that I've learned from looking back at documentation and talking with staff who have been involved in various ways is that one of the things that I think worked well for our region was sort of taking a stepwise approach to it. And so the initial beneficial use designations in 2003 really, you know, didn't go into a ton of detail. Took the approach of doing outreach to tribes, having conversations, collecting information, trusting what tribes said about their existing cultural uses, and you know, documenting that and including it in the basin plan. And then from there, when we adopted the Klamath River TMDL in 2010, we were able to delve deeper into the designated water bodies that were also part of the Klamath TMDL and really work in more detail with tribal representatives to learn more about timing and locations, you know, not specific, not dates, not specific points on a water body, but enough information that we could make a really compelling case about the impairment of tribal beneficial uses in the Klamath. And so that sort of foundation of the TBUs in our basin plan, we were able to build on it in more detail and work that into the TMDL problem statement to make a really meaningful case for what was needed in that watershed. So that's been you know, our experience to date. I think it's one of the things that's interesting about our 2003 designations is that they seem to represent, to me, probably an incomplete data set that comes from, you know, we did all this outreach, but it comes from the tribes that had the capacity and were able to prioritize their resources to work with us. And so it's really a snapshot in time of the tribes that were able to work with us in that way at that time for water body designations. And so as Adriana's slides mentioned, our region has this in our triennial review that will go before our board in February as a priority. And so I think it'll be a great opportunity to work through the process again, you know, update our beneficial uses to make sure that they are as protective as they can be, and then also learn what else is out there in terms of water bodies that need to have that designation and need to have additional protection. So anyway, that's our story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Valerie.
Go ahead. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eileen White from the San Francisco Bay region. And just to remind everyone what the prompt was, some of you may not have known since you didn't have to prepare something. The prompt was, consider telling the story about what's the most controversial or highest profile item and issue that your board is facing. So I hope this is just the highest profile and not the most controversial. We'll know next spring when we bring our nutrient permit to our board. And my goal is to hopefully bring an uncontested permit, recognizing there's a large group of diverse stakeholders among the 9 counties in the San Francisco Bay area. So I called it a collaborative nutrient management program for San Francisco Bay. And next slide, please. So just to give a little context, not all of you have the background of San Francisco Bay, but it's one of the highest nutrient loads it has among estuaries worldwide, but until recently had not exhibited problems typical of most nutrient-enriched estuaries. Effluent discharge from the 37 wastewater utilities in the Bay Area contribute about 2/3, click please, of the nutrients to San Francisco Bay. And the human waste is the main source of the nutrients from the wastewater plants. So it's not like they can just say, we don't want, you think of pollution prevention, you can't do pollution prevention. Anyone who flushed their toilet in the Bay Area today, that waste makes its way to one of the 37 wastewater treatment plants and it gets discharged to San Francisco Bay. And although the wastewater plants are designed to meet the effluent limits, they weren't designed to remove the nutrients like we need them to be removed today. And just for background, click please. The remaining 1/3, so 2/3 comes from the wastewater treatment plants, and the other 1/3 of nutrients of San Francisco Bay comes from the Sacramento River Delta and stormwater runoff. So a lot harder to control stormwater runoff rather than effluent that's discharged to San Francisco Bay. And as I said, until recently, we had not seen, the negative impacts of other nutrient-enriched estuaries. Next slide, please. Well, that changed in the summer of 2022 when there was a harmful algae bloom in San Francisco Bay. We don't know exactly what caused the harmful algae bloom, but we do know one thing, that nutrients was the fuel, it was the food that allowed the harmful algae bloom to spread throughout San Francisco Bay, consume the oxygen levels, and resulted in massive fish kills in the bay. The massive fish kills in the bay was the worst environmental disaster as long as I can remember, and I grew up in San Francisco Bay and I'm not 21 anymore. So it's been many decades. And as you can see, it made national headlines, including stories in the Los Angeles Times and as shown here in the New York Times. So definitely a high profile issue. Next slide, please. So it also made news in the local newspapers because, as I said, there's 37 wastewater agencies that are facing this issue, and it can cost, depending on your agency, how big of a treatment plant you have, it can cost $1 to $2 billion to build the treatment upgrades that are potentially needed to remove nutrients. So it's not a small decision to be made. In fact, nutrient removal is probably one of the biggest challenges that regulators and stakeholders face. And as I said, we'll be bringing this permit to our board in spring of next year. So it's really required a robust management plan. And there's been a collaborative effort that's been going on with all the parties actually for many years, recognizing that at some point we figured San Francisco Bay was going to reach its assimilative capacity. And we wanted to implement regulations before we got there to be protective of the Bay. And just to give you a background on like some of the different stakeholders, for us, the regulators, nutrient treatment and removal is a top priority at both the state and national level. But if you're part of the non-governmental organizations such as Baykeeper, you're like, this is a top priority. You should remove all nutrients at any cost. And it could be over $14 billion for all the utilities. Scientists in the Bay, they're monitoring it, they're modeling it, they're studying it, and they want to keep studying it. They could study it for many more decades, but we need to take action. And then you've got the other range of opinions, you got the wastewater utilities, and we get to hear about their aging infrastructure that's collapsing, the increased costs in doing construction, especially in the Bay Area. They're lucky to get 2 bids on a contract. You hear about the rising energy costs thanks to PG&E. We get to hear about the rising chemical costs. Everything's gone up with COVID. And so they want to make sure that we don't execute on regulations and adopt regulations that aren't based on sound science, and that they're not making, we want to make no regrets investments in the infrastructures in the Bay Area. We're all ratepayers, and so we want to make sure that the money is well spent. Next slide, please. So we are working with the San Francisco Estuary Institute to answer 2 fundamental questions that will drive our nutrient regulations that we will be asking our board to consider next year. And the first question is, what nutrient levels are protective of beneficial uses within the San Francisco Bay Area? And then secondly, what management actions do we have to take? It's going to be very difficult to control the stormwater runoff that runs into the bay with nutrients, but we can control the nutrients that are discharged to the wastewater treatment plants. So next, click please. So what we're trying to do is figure out what is that right balance, and we may take a permit to our board next year that will be a 5-year permit, and then we can come back in 5 years with maybe something a little more restrictive. So what we want to do is make sure that we're making good, sound financial investments that the utilities have to make with the permit we adopt. Next slide, please. So I do have to say the Bay Area's journey towards nutrient management has been very collaborative. In the Bay Area, the regulators have been collaborating with the wastewater agencies, the scientists, the non-governmental organizations. Just a few weeks ago, I met with Baykeeper and Save the Bay. I think next week I'm meeting with the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies, and I spent a day with them a month ago. So what we're trying to do is bring all the parties to the table so they can understand each other's perspectives. So it's not like when we bring the permit, that's the first time they're going before our board. That as I sit with the non-governmental organizations, I explain the competing priorities that the wastewater utilities. Likewise, the wastewater utilities need to understand the non-governmental organizations, priorities. So I think in really trying to understand each other's priorities, making sure, click please, that the permit is based on sound science. You can click again, please. Great. So we have this watershed approach where it's based on sound science. We're doing joint fact finding to make sure that we're all seeing the same science, that one organization isn't looking at one set of facts and another one's looking at a different set of facts. Click please. And the stakeholder inputs is going to be maximized as part of this regulatory process. Click please. And we all agree that we're all seeing the same science. So someone's not off in a room making up their own facts. And then ultimately, what does that end up with? Click please. Is that it's going to end up with a practical regulation that's based on sound science, considering the current state of the science and looking at the future watershed approaches. And the benefit of this is that it provides a transparent governance and decision-making process. It allows for the joint fact-finding and adaptive management. So when we bring the permit to the board in in another 5 years, we'll have an opportunity to change based on the new science that we learn with climate change. But this is definitely, I'd say, the highest profile issue facing the San Francisco Bay region, and hopefully not the most controversial. And that's it.
Thank you, Eileen, for that great presentation. Please do add any questions to the Slido app and or be prepared with them at the end of the panel, and we'll have questions and discussion at the end. And we'll go now to Ryan.
Few tough acts to follow, but I'll do my best here. Ryan Lodge, Central Coast Water Board Executive Officer. I'm going to be talking about a controversial, high-profile case in our region dealing with a voluntary cleanup and abatement agreement for per and polyfluorinated constituents, and I'm just going to call them PFAS. We're going to keep going with the acronyms at the San Luis Obispo Regional Airport. So as many of you are aware, the State Board issued investigation orders in 2019 to landfills and airports throughout the state to look at PFAS in groundwater and to conduct investigations to evaluate those types of impacts. And sure enough, we found them. All of our landfills have PFAS in leachate, and then several of our airports also have PFAS in groundwater. The The source of the PFAS at the airport is aqueous film forming foam. And again, I'm going to call that AFFF because that's a mouthful. So why talk about PFAS at the San Luis Obispo County Airport? Well, part of it is it's an emerging and a contaminant. It's the science is evolving. There is not an MCL at this point. US EPA is working on that. We are relying on a response level right now to inform whether residents should be drinking the water or not. There's uncertain risks. Again, an MCL hasn't been established. There's some uncertainty about whether if you water crops with it, if the PFAS constituents are absorbed into those crops and people could be impacted by eating those crops. There's developing treatment technologies and then multiple sources. Again, AFFF is the source at the airport. There are a lot of consumer products that contain PFAS, and that's the source oftentimes in the landfills. It's also a human right to water issue that impacts drinking water. In this instance, there's 57 drinking water supply wells that exceed the response level. Those are mostly private domestic wells in and around the airport or near the airport. There's multiple state agencies involved. So State Board issued the investigation orders. We're of course enforcing requirements, and we're working with CAL FIRE, which was one of the responsible parties that we identified to deal with the issue. And then also county governments. So as a county owned and operated airport. I can go back a slide real quick. And then there's some significant public interest. So we had a lot of public interest locally. There's also a lot of media interest, local media, and also the LA Times picked up the story. And also elected officials. We had Slud Carbajal, a U.S. representative. He sponsored 2 bills in Congress to deal with PFAS at airports, or help airports deal with the ramifications of PFAS impacts. Okay, now we can go on. So this is a pretty busy slide. There's a lot going on here. The main constituent, well, let me orient you. There's the runway is up on the upper right-hand side. The largest purple dot is the highest concentration. That's where the CAL FIRE station is located. Fire responders at airports are required to test nozzles and to use this material by FAA. So they're actually required to do this a certain number of times per year. And normally they would just spray it usually on the tarmac or in an area near the fire station and let it drain off site historically. It wasn't until recently that we realized that this was not a good practice. So all the dots that are not green are wells that are exceeding the response level. So over 20 parts per trillion. At the airport itself, it's 790,000. And we used PF at HXS because that's the most prevalent PFAS constituent at the airport. The highest concentration in a drinking water well was 1,400 parts per trillion. So that's about 70 times the response level. Next slide, please. So the first priority for us was drinking water. So as soon as we realized the extent of the issue, we notified all residents that they should not be drinking the water unless it's treated properly. We requested that San Luis Obispo County, and CAL FIRE immediately provide replacement water, at which point I think CAL FIRE was actually more apt to provide the replacement water, but San Luis Obispo County refused at that point and disputed responsibility. So water board staff drafted a cleanup and abatement order. It was a little bit controversial. My predecessor was on the phone with the governor's office several times in that process because we were naming a first responder agency, CAL FIRE, and a fellow state government. So it was a little bit controversial, but initially we drafted it and circulated a CAO naming CAL FIRE and SLO County, and they changed their approach. So they came to the table and started negotiating a settlement, essentially. We had a board meeting in June of 2023 where we presented a draft CAO with the idea of coming back if there was a settlement, or even if there wasn't a settlement, either ask our board to adopt the CAO or ratify a voluntary agreement Fortunately, the parties came together and the board approved a voluntary cleanup and abatement agreement. The next slide. So the components of the agreement include replacement water. So immediately within 30 days, the responsible parties had to provide point of use treatment for all households, and they've done that. They're also required to investigate PFAS, the extent of the PFAS, and come up with remedial options, complete a remedial action plan and interim remedial actions. They're going to continue to monitor groundwater and the treatment systems. And public outreach is a big issue or a big component of the agreement. So there are monthly meetings of the airport parties and the citizens from the interested parties or citizens in the area. There's a community action group that meets as well, and they inform that broader meetings with the airport parties every month. Okay, next slide. So some of the outstanding issues and next steps, and this is going to look familiar to the previous slide because the agreement was approved 3 months ago. So there's a lot going on, but there's still a lot that needs to be done. The airport parties agreed to provide point of entry treatment to all structures within 1 year of the agreement. And then within 3 years, they're going to look at whether it makes sense to put in a community water system. And if that's not feasible, potentially doing wellhead treatment. Again, to address the concerns about people in this area have livestock. They do grow food for consumption. And so there's a great concern from the citizens about having all the water treated so that they can feel safe drinking it and watering their cattle or their, whatever type of livestock they have. There's requirements for monitoring and investigation and coming up again with a remedial action plan. Ongoing public outreach is significant and it's a need and it's a requirement. The agreement goes for 3 years, at which point we can renegotiate another agreement depending on where we are and the information we have at that time, or potentially issue a cleanup and abatement order to continue to require any further actions. And part of why I'm bringing this up, or why we thought this was important to bring to WQCC, is because we feel like there's a need for a statewide strategy for PFAS cleanup and abatement, especially when we're dealing with other state agencies. It's awkward to do enforcement against other state agencies, especially fire departments. There are potentially going to be issues with local fire departments as well. It's an issue that we think probably going to touch every region in the state at some point. And we think it's really important that, when we're going to issue statewide orders, that we have a strategy in place to deal with the data that we're going to get and the issues that are going to arise when we get that data. So, and that's it for Region 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for our panel. I think it's a little hard to say that's just it. That project alone, and I know the busyness of the regions we're at definitely interesting times, and just really appreciate the leadership. Questions for the regions, please. Oh, here.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say thanks to Ryan. He joined us as EO on October 2nd. He's already gotten his first board meeting under his belt, and he's here at WQCC week 3. So just thank you.
Here, here. Thank you for joining, Ryan.
I want to thank our board for all the support. I also want to thank all the other EOs. I did come up in September for DMC, and I've received emails from the other EOs. It's just great to have that support and have a team. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that.
We're very fortunate for an incredible team. Again, up and down the state, there are just huge issues that our communities are facing. And when you look at the national discussions around these issues, we're fortunate to have the resources to be able to lead as a state and have these institutions to really lean on. And it's the people that are the key part of all of this and the work. So just huge thanks and appreciation there. I think I have a quick question actually, and it's around some of, actually touches on Ryan's point when it comes to statewide strategy on PFAS, but when it comes to nutrients, I know LA is there as well. Our coastal regional water quality boards here, obviously. what best could the state be doing on some of the, especially nutrient input challenges out there? I know we have our Division of Financial Assistance that's helping when it comes to the cost of upgrades, having a place to go to for the resource side, but just kind of wondering what you might recommend to help better create, I guess, more statewide consensus and help drive not unlike the discussion we just had on tribal beneficial uses, the very different places the regions may be, but some of the tools that might be in common. And I think that's for each region on your topics or on another topic. Thank you, Eileen. Thank you, Valerie. Ryan, or apologies, Eileen. Valerie or Ryan, did you want to add anything?
No, just, for the PFAS issue, just maybe having a discussion at a higher level. When we're a region dealing with CAL FIRE or statewide agencies, it might make a little bit more sense to do that at the state level in Sacramento, rather than having one region, work on that. PFAS is a difficult, subject. We're all wrapping our kind of heads around it, and it's how to deal with it. And maybe when, hindsight's 2020, but, trying to anticipate some of these issues when the question was being asked for the data, whether it was from airports or for landfills, and eventually wastewater treatment plants and bulk fuel terminals and whatnot. So just maybe that higher level discussion early on, if there's going to be statewide initiatives like that.
Really appreciate that. Valerie?
Kind of on the people side of nutrients, following what Eileen said, I've been thinking lately about how important it is to our work that voters are comfortable supporting local governments spending money on clean water. And of course, each community of ratepayers has different means to absorb fee changes, but I just think that's so foundational to local governments being able to make responsible investments in wastewater systems. And so I don't have an answer to what role we can best play in that, but it's been on my mind that I think it's not just us and facilities and NGOs issue. It's every person in the community issue. And that I love that headline that Eileen showed, poop and pee causing problems. I'm like, I love a headline with poop and pee in it. people don't get excited about this stuff until it really causes a big problem. But I think it's important that we think about every person that's involved in the issue and not just those of us that are at the table for these conversations.
Fantastic. All three of you really appreciate those contributions. I couldn't agree more and look forward to making sure we keep talking about those ways that in here, to your point, Eileen, research and just having the same set of facts is not the easiest. And here, not well resourced amongst our work, and how we can do that better can open maybe doors to inviting others to jointly do that research and that fact finding, and appreciate the model and work that all three of you are doing. Just really appreciate it. More questions, please. I'll stop talking.
Sure, John Scandura from Water Board 8. First of all, also congratulations to Valerie for becoming EO this year. When you talked about low impact development, I was a planning commissioner in my city for 14 years. When I think of development, I think of it in terms of commercial, industrial, residential land use. But low impact development for Caltrans, well, Caltrans builds roads and highways and maintains all the infrastructure. So how is development, including LID, defined in this context?
My understanding is that it's similar BMPs, just with different placement and on a different scale, but it's still that idea of capturing kind of slow it, spread it, sink it stormwater. In our region, sediment is a huge issue, and so those LID features with Caltrans are really important to keeping sediment out of our many sediment impaired waterways. Other contaminants as well, but sediment is kind of the major issue in our region.
It might be analogous to like a small lot development or a small, 5 or 10 unit development in the housing side of things, for instance. Then I had another question for Eileen. We were talking about controlling nutrients in the bay, and this is from the 37 wastewater treatment plants. First of all, what level of treatment are they looking at going to control those nutrients? And is water recycling part of that solution?
Great question. So we're going to let the science tell us to what level of nutrient removal they're going to need. We're really looking at the data from the summer of 2022 with that massive fish kills. I mean, literally, for those of you who are familiar with Lake Merritt, which is a major area in Oakland where people recreate, the entire lake was covered with dead fish. And it was really horrific. And the bay had lots of dead fish. So we have another meeting all day Friday to go over with the modelers and the scientists at the San Francisco Estuary Institute, who are leading the science program, to look at what the data is showing, to see what level the dissolved oxygen levels in certain parts of the bay drop to 0. The basin plan limit is 5. And also in this particular species, Heterosigma cashewo, that we had, it also had a toxic mechanism. So we're looking at what amount of nutrients do we need to reduce. Also, what's reasonable that can be achieved within the timeframe of the permit, or if we do a compliance schedule, which would be 10 years. So to answer your question about what level of treatment, we'll know more next spring. Kind of like if you ask me if it's going to be a wet winter or a dry winter, I'll tell you next spring when it's over. So we don't know what level. And then your second question was?
Well, it seems to me like you may have an opportunity here not only to control nutrients going into the bay, but also create a new water resource.
Right. And so what we've done as part of the watershed permit, so I should take a step back. In the first watershed permit, we asked the 37 wastewater utilities to do a regional study that looked at the cost of treatment. So depending on your plant, you had different mechanisms to treat it, because depending on your footprint, if you had a small footprint, you're going to use membrane reactors, versus if you're SAC regional and you have all this space, you can build something that is biological treatment that could take up the space of 20 football fields. So under the first permit we got, and that's where the cost of $14 billion came from. Under the second watershed permit, the 37 wastewater utilities presented us as required by the permit in July of this year with a study they did looking at the regional opportunities for water recycling. So we want water recycling to be part of the solution because it also supports the governor's water supply portfolio resilience in a hotter, drier climate. So we now have the information for the 37 wastewater utilities that discharge to San Francisco Bay. What are the opportunities for water recycling? How quickly can they get there? What can they do by 2030, by 2035, 2040? How much will that reduce nutrients? The other thing we asked for was another study that was due by July 1st of this year from the 37 wastewater utilities that looked for what is your opportunity to look at nature-based solutions? So you're not just looking at the hardcore treatment that the first permit did, but where can you build horizontal levees that may address sea level rise and address other opportunities while also reducing nutrients to the bay? So now I feel like we have all the portfolio of what it costs to do treatment, who has opportunities for water recycling, who has opportunities based on, once again, the footprint of the plant, not all. If you look at SFPUC, they don't really have a whole lot of opportunities for doing these horizontal levees. Neither is East Bay Municipal Utility District. They do have opportunities for recycled water. So basically, all that's going to filter in that information. Kind of the science is going to drive what the nutrient load reduction will be. Also, that's going to drive what's going to be required in the permit. And that's where meeting with the wastewater agencies is really helpful. Seeing what can they do, but now we have that information in a report, in regional reports, which is really helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions in the room? Norma.
Yeah, Norma Camacho, Region 4. I had a question for Ryan in regards to looking at the source of the PFAS contamination. And you said that it's centered around the FAA requirements for testing the systems. And so has there been any effort to reach out to the FAA to ask them if there's any change that could be made in that requirement?
Yeah, and I think that's part of one of the bills that was introduced by Salud Carbajal was encouraging FAA to look at alternative foam ingredients or whatnot. And I just wanted to point out also that CAL FIRE, at least at that station, they have equipment now that they do not have to, they can test it without releasing the material, without releasing the foam any longer. So it's no longer a source. If there is a crash, though, if there's an event that they're going to have to use it, they will use that material with the PFAS in it. But having that knowledge, they'll do a better job of capturing it, I think.
Yeah, and do you know if CAL FIRE is disseminating their fix on that to other CAL FIRE areas or either other airports? Because there are probably a number of airports that are just business as usual.
That's a good question. I don't have an answer to that one. I would hope that they would. And I think that speaks to the having discussions at the statewide level rather than regions. But yeah, that's a good question. We'll have to ask the local CAL FIRE group what they're doing. They have, I think, replaced some of their equipment as well, just to make it so that they can do the testing without releasing the material.
David, hi.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for a great panel. Thanks. I have a question for you. So you said that you plan to bring a permit before your board. I think you said in spring of next year.
Correct.
Do you yet know what will be in that permit? Will there be prescriptive requirements for the wastewater treatment plants to do? I mean, to take particular actions? Because I think, San Francisco Bay is a national treasure.
Yeah.
None of us want to see this calamity occur again. And so in the middle of all of this studying and gathering and so on and so forth, want to make sure that another catastrophe doesn't befall us. So what will be in that permit?
Yes, so great. I'll answer that question. And as a lifelong Bay Area resident, and as a kid who grew up fishing off at Muni Pier as a young kid, it was very personal for me. And as someone who's run around Lake Merritt for the last 20 years, multiple times a week, it was very devastating. So this, as you can see, probably my passion for this, it's very personal, protecting San Francisco Bay. So to answer your question, yes. So I'm sensitive because the media wants to know what's going to be in it, and luckily there's no media in the room. Yes, just between us, even though it is
But it's-
being
but it's
televised.
not, it's
It
being
is being
televised.
televised. So don't worry, I'm gonna be politically correct. And so what's first gonna be is we're gonna continue to require the wastewater agencies to monitor their influent and effluent and to report that information to us. Because as time changes, we're gonna be wanting to know, is their loads going up or down? As more people move into the Bay Area and more people flush the toilet, that's more nutrients to San Francisco Bay. So we're gonna wanna continue to require the monitor. We're going to continue to require them to fund the science program. We need a sustainable science program. So that is something they're going to have to do. And then the third part, I'm a licensed engineer. I'm not a scientist that wants to study something forever. I'll study it forever, but as a Bay Area resident, we need to take action. And so we're not just going to study it. There's going to be required nutrient reduction. And my vision is it's going to be a compliance schedule. It's not like turning on a light switch. We can't say today, the load from SFPUC is 50,000 pounds, let's say, and tomorrow it's going to be 25,000 pounds. Having planned, designed, and built, and very familiar with secret infrastructure improvements, it takes time. So we're going to have a 10-year compliance schedule. So unfortunately, we may see other massive fish kills between now and then, but we need to move as fast as we can and reduce the nutrients to amount that's not going to impact San Francisco Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Eileen, for that. Yeah, it is, these issues, especially with the warming climate, have incredible urgency. And I think that's, another one of the words that has continued to come up here amongst trust as well, is a sense of urgency. And I think, I even think to Southern California as well, certainly in the mammalian, die off all these sea lions. The public is really attuned to this. The public has come to hear, Californians expect a quality of life. And it's disconcerting when you see the massive die-offs happen of sea lions and again, the entire bay in this case up north. So just thank you all. And so I know Letitia on the Zoom platform, I believe has her hand up. I apologize, meant to go to you sooner and would go to Letitia.
I'm so sorry. My apologies. I did not mean to raise my hand.
Oh, it's okay, Letitia.
But I am listening.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. No worry in the least. Okay. Unless there is another question immediately here in the room, our next panel here is set to start at 3. I know we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll put that to the other side of this next panel and have a break before our regional board updates. One more round of applause for our incredible EOs. And would welcome up Serena Liu, Yvonne West, and Michael Loffer for. Okay.
Be able to take 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, it sounds like Dave Owen has not joined the platform yet, and he's going to be an important part of this. So let's go ahead and take just 5 minutes just to transition the panel. And so 5 minutes only. We want to keep on time here amongst each other. So 3:05. Let's come back and we'll start the panel. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, Dave, thanks for joining us. We're going to start at about 3:05. Our last panel went a little long.
Okay, sounds good.
If folks could go ahead and take their seats, we'd like to try to get moving on this next panel. All right, everybody. Okay, if everybody can take their seats, please.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone, for the brief abbreviated break. I will let Michael introduce things now since I tried to before and kind of jumped the line here. But just to say, this conversation is quite critical. Really appreciate everyone coming together. We're still in learning mode, like so much of our work, continual learning mode. But in this case, still sometimes more questions and answers, but appreciate this opportunity for all of us to really understand the impact of the decision. And tomorrow, we'll have further discussion and unpacking some of the permitting discussion. Hand it over to Michael Loffer. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Joaquin. Joaquin just stole part of my thunder, but for those of you who are actually paying attention on the agenda, you will see that we are talking about a Supreme Court decision, Sackett versus US EPA, twice on this WQCC. And the Sackett decision is a decision involving the scope of the Clean Water Act, nominally in the context of wetlands. For those of you who've been around, I alluded to it earlier, we've had conversations like this at WQCC before. In fact, over the last 23 years, we have talked about the Supreme Court's interpretations of the Federal Clean Water Act and what a water of the United States is on 3 separate occasions, and then how EPA has responded at least once. But this is the first time we've broken the panel out and set it up in such a way that you're first going to hear a little bit of a legal perspective, and I'll introduce our panelists momentarily, and then tomorrow a little bit more practical perspective. There's an important disclaimer that I want to provide before we start. Just a reminder to all the board members and everybody else present that WQCC is a public meeting. Some of the things that you will hear over the next 2 days will bring to mind potential legislative issues and budgetary issues. And of course, those are the kinds of things we don't discuss publicly. Those go through an internal administrative process and are ultimately the governor's decision. So if you can hold questions like that, but you will clearly hear what our concerns are from a resource perspective and from an authority perspective. So today we're getting started with a legal panel, and I'm really proud to introduce the 3 speakers we have on this panel. Luckily, you're not going to hear me lecture you about the Clean Water Act. Instead, we're going to break it down between 3 people. First, we are very fortunate to be joined remotely by Professor Dave Owen, who is the Sunderland Professor of Law at UC School of Law, what some of you may formerly know as UC Hastings School of Law. He's also, and I think this is fascinating, Dave's background is he was a geologist and an environmental consultant before he went to law school. And he brings, I think, some of that to him, and he's now the Associate Dean of Research at UC San Francisco Law, or UC Law SF, and really tries to bring a nexus and bring research into the fold of legal scholarship. And he is really one of the leading environmental law professors in the entire country. So we're very fortunate to have him join us today remotely. He actually did a panel on the Sackett decision this weekend at the annual Environmental Law Conference. And he will start off, and then we will hand it over to Serena Liu. Some of you know Serena. She is one of our senior attorneys in the Office of Chief Counsel and Waters of the U.S. and Clean Water Act water quality certification issues. So our wetlands issues have been part of her portfolio for a number of years. She's had to help us respond to some of these Supreme Court decisions, but also how US EPA has moved back and forth as we've shifted between the Trump administration and now the Biden administration. And then last, but certainly not least, the director of our Office of Enforcement, Yvonne West, will share some perspectives on the Sackett decision from an enforcement lens. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Professor Dave Owen. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Michael, for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen here. Oops. Okay, so again, thank you all for inviting me to speak with you today. And I'm hoping what I can do over the next few minutes is give you some context, both on what actually happened in Sackett, but also on what led up to it. And I know that for some of you, this may be a story that you've heard many times before. Others of you may be somewhat new to this story. So for those of you who are new, I hope I can cover the basics. And for those of you who know a lot of this already, I'm hoping that partly by drawing on some of the research projects I've done over the recent years, I can at least bring in some new details. So our story here starts with the language of the Clean Water Act. And as many of you probably know, the Clean Water Act applies to navigable waters, and it defines navigable waters as the waters of the United States, including the territorial seas. And it does not further define that phrase, the waters of the United States. And so for years and years, we've been arguing about what that phrase means. And these arguments often come up in the context of wetlands and small streams, headwater streams or ephemeral intermittent streams. They do not come up as much with groundwater, which is pretty clearly not jurisdictional, or with larger the Sacramento River or the Pacific Ocean, which pretty clearly is. It's the intermediate stuff where these questions arise. So a typical example of the type of aquatic feature where jurisdictional questions arise is what you see here. Those are 2 shots of the same location at different seasons. And then the question is something a seasonal feature like this a water of the United States, or is it not? Legally, this matters because all of the Clean Water Act's programs hinge on the definition of the waters of the United States. So a partial sampling here, permitting programs, key to that definition. Your obligations under Section 303 to develop water quality standards and develop TMDLs, again, those apply to waters of the United States. And then importantly, also state authority under Section 401 of the Clean Water Act applies where you have a water of the United States. That's a partial list. There's more to it than that. But this is the basic point, is that this is a really key phrase. There are, however, a few ways that I think it is not as important as people sometimes make it out to be, or at least where that a federal jurisdictional determination is not quite what people make it out to be or suggest it is. So there's been a lot of rhetoric in the court cases about how, oh, we need to draw a line between what's state and what's federal, and this definition does not do that. If you call a water jurisdictional, that doesn't remove all state land use authority. States can still zone and plan for that area if it's state land. There just will need to be permitting if development occurs. And in some cases, the development might be prohibited, but the Army Corps writes tens of thousands of permits every year. So lots and lots of state land use planning happens where there are jurisdictional waters. Similarly, it does not remove your authority to protect water quality. Clean Water Act is built for states and the feds to work together on waters that are jurisdictional. And it doesn't remove the state water board's authority or other state agencies' authority to allocate water rights. Most of our water rights come from waters that would be jurisdictional under the Clean Water Act. All right, so now I'm going to go to some history for a bit. And this question of what is jurisdictional under the Clean Water Act and what is not has been around for a long, long time. It emerged as soon as the statute was enacted in the early 1970s. And initially, EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers, which are the two agencies with primary implementing jurisdiction for the Clean Water Act, or two federal agencies, they disagreed. EPA thought jurisdiction extended broadly, and the Army Corps thought, no, it only extends to traditionally navigable waters. That went to the courts. Federal district courts took EPA's side in this debate. The Army Corps then somewhat grudgingly wrote regulations that adopted EPA's broader definition and extended jurisdiction to the headwaters. And then in 1977, Congress amended the Clean Water Act, debated changing the jurisdictional definition, but didn't do so, and instead enacted a program that allows delegated authority to states to implement the 404 program, but only for non-navigable, in fact, waterways, which again, fairly clearly demonstrates that however broadly this definition extends, it at least goes beyond what are traditionally navigable waters. About 10 years later, the Supreme Court entered the fray, the first of several Clean Water Act cases that it decided. In Riverside Bayview Homes, which was a case involving wetlands near Lake St. Clair in Michigan, it upheld the Army Corps' definition of jurisdiction. And it did so in a way that's quite different from the later decisions the court would reach, because it basically deferred to the agency's judgment, looked at the purposes of the statute, and said, yes, given those purposes, it's quite reasonable to extend jurisdiction to a wetland. After that, the Army Corps and EPA updated their regulations. This was done in 1986 during the Reagan administration. And this is generally seen as the high watermark for assertions of jurisdiction, although it wasn't that different from what had come before, just somewhat clearer. And the agencies said that a jurisdiction basically extended to any aquatic feature that could be used by migratory birds. And because migratory birds can fly around, that meant that a lot of small and temporary aquatic features would be covered. We're going to come back to the courtroom history in a moment. But I'm going to shift now and spend a little bit of time talking, and again, this is drawing on a couple of different research projects that I've done. That's where some of the quotes you will see come from, about the history of implementation of the program. Because I think this is very important, both for understanding what's motivating some of these court cases, but also much more practically for understanding the shoes that you may now be stepping in to fill. And I'm going to focus here primarily on the Section 404 program, which is implemented by the Army Corps of Engineers. There's also a lot to be said about Section 402, but I think 404 is the program that's likely to be most impacted by SACIT, so that's where the focus of my discussion will be. As a threshold matter, I think it's helpful to understand how the permitting program under Section 404 works. So I know there's a lot of text on this slide, probably too much for a PowerPoint presentation, but there are basically a series of questions that the Army Corps goes through when it is assessing compliance or helping somebody comply with Section 404. And so the first question is whether the geographic feature at issue, the aquatic feature at issue, is in fact a jurisdictional wetland. If it is, and there's no way to build a project without avoiding it, the second question is whether you're going to use a general or an individual permit. I'll talk more about that, what that means in a moment. Then we get to what we call the mitigation hierarchy, the idea that you avoid impacts if you can. If you can't do that, you minimize them. And remaining impacts then may need to be subject to compensatory mitigation. Again, I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. And then the last step here, there are a couple of different ways to do the compensatory mitigation. So that's the basic program, but it evolved a lot over the years. And I'm going to talk a little bit now about those changes. One change is that the Army Corps, and then of course everybody else involved with this as well, got much more sophisticated about figuring out what counts as a wetland, and then also, though you don't see it in this slide, what counts as a jurisdictional stream. So developed relatively sophisticated and regionally tailored standards for figuring out what counts as jurisdictional. Then when we get to the Army Corps' permitting programs, again, there were a lot of different steps taken, some by the Army Corps, some by EPA, some by Congress itself, to try to make this a workable and scalable program. And to understand those, it's also, I think, helpful to know a little bit about the basic roles, who does what. So in general, most states, including California, hold delegated authority to issue MTDS permits, but with 404, it's different. Only 3 states currently hold delegated authority to issue 404 permits, and in all the other states, including California, the Army Corps issues the permits out of its district offices. That said, states do have the authority to create their own permitting programs, which can exist alongside the Army Corps program or be somewhat integrated with it. You can actually create joint permits, and people often do. And then states also have authority under Clean Water Act Section 401 to place conditions on federal permits. And for that reason, what a lot of states have done is said, no, we're perfectly fine with the federal program existing, and then we'll have our say in those permits through Section 401. A moment ago, we talked about different permitting types, and this is an important piece to understand as well. There are 2 types of permits under Section 404, individual permits, which involve much more individualized tailoring. They also cost more time and more money to obtain. And they're a very small percentage by number of the overall permits granted. Most permits, like well over 95%, are general permits. These are generic, they're cookie cutter, they're much faster to obtain. Sometimes you don't even have to provide notice. And they're the overwhelming majority of permits. And so the theme you see here, and I think this is a familiar one for anybody who deals with environmental permitting, is that regulated entities have a choice between fast but rigid and cookie cutter processes, or if they want something tailored, or if their impacts are larger, or their project is novel, then a slower but more tailored process. Another thing that I think is really important to understand about this permitting program is that over time, its reach grew. And that didn't happen through changes in jurisdictional standards. Those stayed relatively stable. Instead, early on, the Army Corps had basically said, sure, it's jurisdictional, but you can fill it without a permit about a lot of smaller streams and a lot of wetlands. It just let them go. And over time, and this is what you can see in this chart, the thresholds for triggering permitting requirements and also triggering notification requirements got lower and lower and lower. And that meant that even as jurisdictional standards were staying the same, lots more stuff required permitting, which meant a more extensive program, more environmental protection, but also from a regulated entity's perspective, a lot more hassle. The Army Corps also got increasingly sophisticated and made increasing use of compensatory mitigation. And compensatory mitigation just basically means trading the ability to engage in some sort of environmentally degrading practice at one location for extra environmental protection or restoration or creation at some other location. This has been, it's something we do in lots of different regulatory programs, but it really developed primarily out of the Section 404 program. There are a lot of different ways of doing this. You can do it yourself. You can hire a mitigation bank. You can contribute money into an in lieu fee program. And again, these also have grown significantly over the time the program was implemented. And you can see that in this chart here. The general point here is that we've got, over time, a trend of significantly increasing amounts of compensatory mitigation, both for wetlands and then on a somewhat later trajectory for streams. Is this a good thing? Well, there are lots of academic arguments, and I'm sure that you are hearing them in some of your work as well, that it is not. There are a lot of people arguing that compensatory mitigation is to some degree a scam, that a lot of the projects don't really deliver the promised environmental benefits. With that said, I think some of them do, and I think also in the real world, the political reality was often that the choice was between compensatory mitigation that wasn't done very well and nothing at all, with permits still being issued. So that's not a great choice, but I think it puts compensatory mitigation in a somewhat more positive light. I should also tell you that the growth of compensatory mitigation was not exactly loved on the right side of the political spectrum either. So this is something that's had criticism all around, even as it's become an increasingly important part of the program. So why am I giving you all of this detail? I'll get to that in just a second. One other thing to note is that alongside all these changes in, the different types of regulatory programs, the different types of permits, there was a massive cultural evolution and expertise evolution within the Army Corps of Engineers. It went from being an agency that was primarily oriented towards just issuing permits and getting stuff built to an agency that really saw itself as an environmental protection agency. And you can see that in this second set of quotes. This is again from a research project a few years ago. So why am I telling you all of this? And again, I think the reason is that with SACIT, as I'll talk about in a moment, there's been a huge retrenchment in the scope of federal regulation. And I think it's important to understand the shoes that you may be stepping into and the ways in which that program evolved and changed and worked, and in some ways also struggled. And I'll leave you with one last thought on this, which is, I think one of the themes is increasing complexity, increasing reach, increasing streamlining where at least it seemed probably appropriate, and sometimes real creativity. And so an example of this, and this is something probably some of the water boards have been involved in, is the integration of Clean Water Act permitting into large-scale land use permitting that also addresses endangered species issues and potentially CEQA compliance. And so an example of this here is a special area management plan for East Custer County. There have been similar plans in other places around the state. And these are massive efforts. They're tremendously expensive to work on, but they also offer the possibility of some really exciting planning that provides streamlining where it's needed and protection where hopefully that's needed as well. All right, so for that lengthy side trip into program development and implementation, we're going to go back to the courts. And so in the next time that the Clean Water Act and scope of jurisdiction came back to the courts was 2001 in a decision called SWANC, Solid Waste Agency of Northern Cook County. And this was a 5-4 decision with the conservatives in the majority, and it rejected federal jurisdiction over isolated and non-navigable wetlands. That meant it rejected the migratory bird rule. And in some pretty broad language that wasn't quite a holding, but was, I think, a shot across the bow, the court seemed to imply that it was concerned about other assertions of jurisdiction as well. That matter next came to a head in Rapanos versus United States, case decided in 2006. That's John Rapanos. And Rapanos produced a fractured court, no single decision commanding a majority of the justices. And Justice Scalia's plurality opinion for himself and 3 other justices would have restricted jurisdiction pretty significantly, would have said waters are jurisdictional only if they have a relatively continuous surface connection to navigable, in fact, waterways. Justice Kennedy, who of course is no longer on the court, rejected that standard, agreed only on the result of the case, not in the reasoning, and said, no, I think the standard should be whether protection of the aquatic feature at issue has a significant nexus to water quality in navigable, in fact, waterways. What followed was a period of many rulemakings. I won't bore you with the details, but jurisdictional standards fluctuated back and forth. Everything was litigated over and over and over again, all in federal district courts with disparate results. And so we had really a period of pretty great unsettlement and uncertainty, but most of the time in California, the significant nexus standard applied. And that brings us finally to Sackett. And here I'll go kind of quickly because the case actually is relatively easy to summarize. Here you see the Sackett wetlands. They're roughly the location marked on the map. It's two aerial photos of the same area. And as you can see, they're close to Priest Lake, but even closer to a large wetland complex that is across that major road. And so when the Sackett started filling these wetlands, EPA found out, said, stop it, they're jurisdictional, you got to get a permit. The Sacketts instead sued. Litigation went up all the way to the Supreme Court on preliminary matters and then finally led to a decision before the Supreme Court in 2023. And the Supreme Court said a couple of things. So first off, it adopted Justice Scalia's standard from Rapanos and said that there's jurisdiction only if you have a relatively continuous surface connection between the aquatic feature at issue and a navigable, in fact, waterway. So no more significant nexus test. That test is gone. And then there's a separate test for adjacent wetlands. And here the court majority said a wetland is adjacent only if it is directly abutting a navigable, in fact, water. And it also talked quite a bit about how wetlands needed to be indistinguishable from jurisdictional waters to themselves be jurisdictional. So this is a very limiting test. It's a much narrower jurisdictional test than what came before. I think the interpretive methods the court used are also really striking. I'll go quickly here so that we don't spend too much time on this, but there were a lot of machinations with statutory language, some of them kind of absurd, like saying that waters are the phrase the waters connotes only permanent aquatic features, therefore it doesn't connote wetlands. Well, as all of you know, wetlands are sometimes permanent, but the court seems to sort of miss that. And there are a number of other examples of that. The court relied also heavily on what lawyers call interpretive canons. So these are rules of thumb for interpreting statutes that in theory are for understanding the intentions of the enacting legislature. In this particular case, the court was pretty unapologetic about just applying what are really its own policy preferences rather than making any effort to tie them to the preferences of the enacting Congress. And then finally, throughout the opinion, there's just a ton of hostility to the very idea of administrative regulation and environmental regulation. The word crushing comes up in connection with the Clean Water Act over and over again. So implications. For the Clean Water Act, this means a massive reduction in the scope of coverage. This map shows the percentage of streams that are intermittent or ephemeral. It's not exactly clear where the lines will be, but most of these streams would have been jurisdictional before, now no longer are. And so you can see there's a massive reduction in the scope of Clean Water Act protections here. This is focusing on streams. The story is similar for wetlands. That's also a rollback of other federal statutes because the National Environmental Policy Act and the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act often hinge on the applicability of the Clean Water Act. And so this is also probably the largest rollback of those two statutes that has ever occurred. In writing, I've called this the largest rollback in the history of US environmental law. That sounds like total hyperbole. I don't mean it that way. I think it's just an accurate description. And then finally, for state authority under the Federal Clean Water Act, this means also a reduction in the reach of states' Section 401 authority. It also has big implications for state authority under Porter Cologne, but that's a subject that the other panelists are going to talk about. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak with you. I will stick around in case there are questions after the other panelists go. And this is just a list of a few of the articles that I'm drawing on in this presentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave. As you probably gleaned from that presentation, this is a very complicated area of law, and that was an excellent summary and hopefully gave you some background. I'll try to touch on some of those points to reinforce as I go along. So I'm going to focus mostly on the state law aspect of it, but before I do, just one quick note on the federal side. These are the federal regulations. As Dave said, US EPA and the Corps promulgate these regulations. After SACIT came out, they revised their regulations and they did two primary things. They revised the definition of adjacent and they got rid of the significant nexus test. And the reason I'm highlighting that is because that highlights SACIT was about wetlands, but when you lose the significant nexus test, it definitely affects tributaries. And that's going to probably be the area where you get a ton of questions and the area where I would say there's a considerable amount of continued uncertainty. And also, as a side note, that's probably too detailed. This is for California. There is still ongoing litigation throughout the country about these regulations, and there probably will continue to be. So if you are asked about another state, note that their landscape might look a little bit different. So the next slide, please. Focusing on the jurisdiction of the water boards, we don't have to focus on navigability. You don't have to talk about the Commerce Clause. Those are federal concepts. Those are federal statute language. You go back to the Porter-Cologne Water Quality Control Act. And the relevant portion is 13050. And it says waters of the state means all surface waters, including groundwater, including saline waters within the boundaries of the state. We also have a regulation that says all waters of the US are also waters of the state. So for my visual friends, the inner circle is waters of the US, the outer circle is waters of the state. And as Dave mentioned, like the high watermark of US waters of the US jurisdiction was when this regulation was adopted. So we adopted this, the board adopted this regulation when that inner circle was at its biggest. And so it continues to be true, even though the inner circle has kind of fluctuated throughout the years and is arguably at its low point post-SACIT. So next slide, please. I don't want to give the impression that the waters of the US definition does not affect California, though. Unfortunately, it will. The Clean Water Act is a very important, serves a very important role of setting the national baseline. And by some estimates, at least half the states either do not or cannot pass environmental regulations that are more stringent than the Clean Water Act. So this is most important for your interstate water bodies, where they may lose some protections along the way. You know, a clear example is the Colorado River. The Colorado River itself will not lose jurisdiction, but adjacent wetlands and arguably some of the non-perennial streams may lose jurisdiction, or there may be less permitting, and then California may be subject to higher pollution loading because of that. And then the next two bullets about resources and program structure are really related. SACIT took a different interpretation of the Clean Water Act than has been interpreted and implemented at the water boards for the last 50 years. So that's going to mean some reshuffling, in short. Exactly how will unfold slowly, but we know that we may need to adjust. And then the last bullet point, Yvonne, is going to go into greater detail. There are enforcement tools under both state law and the Clean Water Act, but they are slightly different in important ways. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of uncertainty regarding the specific effects. So earlier when Dave hit on the primary programs we're thinking of, those are the programs that we know are going to be affected. First and foremost, we know wetlands are going to be affected. A lot of wetlands are going to fall out of Clean Water Act jurisdiction. And the primary water board program that regulates the dredge or fill of wetlands is our dredge or fill program. And they either issue Section 401 Clean Water Act certifications or waste discharge requirements. The second area is NPDES permits are going to be affected too, probably because of that tributary language that we touched upon earlier. And then the 303 impaired waters list that may also be affected by the change of jurisdiction. And tomorrow's panel is going to go into a little bit more detail on what that might mean for you guys. We are hopeful that we will get more additional federal agency guidance on how to implement this. Notably, the conformed regulations that I mentioned at the beginning don't include a discussion about NPDES permitting. That's not surprising. But to temper expectations, post Rapanos, it took over 2 years to pass guidance. So even if and when they issue guidance, I'm sure it will be shrouded in controversy, but it will be helpful to know what our federal counterparts are doing and to make sure that we are in alignment with that. But there will be continued uncertainty. There will be continued litigation. I think one thing that's worth mentioning is when we talked about Riverside, Bayview, Swank, Rapanos, those are all wetlands cases. A lot of the litigation has not come up in the context of NPDES permitting. And so that's probably an area where we will see case law develop, additional case law develop, I should say. And then one frequent question I get, which I think is a very practical question, is, so can you show me a map of where the waters are? Like, I don't care where the waters are, I just need to know where. Like, no, unfortunately, we cannot. And I do want to put that caveat on, because like the map that Dave showed earlier is really helpful to highlight the differences in hydrology that exist throughout the nation. But it can't be used as determinative going forward on, okay, all of that deep red is out. Is it all at risk? Probably, but don't take that map as a direct overlay of jurisdictional boundaries. So next slide, please. So fortunately, the state board adopted the state wetland definition and procedures for the discharge of dredged or fill material in 2019. It's quite a mouthful, so usually we call it the dredge or fill procedures or just the procedures. And the original impetus for adopting this was actually the wetland definition. So if you look at the little graphic, it has an arrow pointed to unvegetated and vegetated wetlands. So the original impetus was, in the arid West, we also want to protect unvegetated wetlands. The Army Corps requires vegetation in their wetlands to protect it. But if you adopt a regulation also protecting unvegetated wetlands, the next question will be, how are you going to regulate those unvegetated wetlands? So the second part of it is procedures governing the application submittal and the application review, to say, if you are a discharger who has dredged or filled material, so this, to give some practical examples, it might be a fill, so you can build a residential complex. It might be a crossing for your road. It might be putting out a pier in a lake, all of those projects. But if you're an applicant for a dredge or fill, the idea was your application process should look as close as possible, whether you are discharging to a federal water or a non-federal water. If you're discharging to a water of the state, we wanted it to look relatively similar. And then once you get your order, your conditions and your organization, hopefully that also looks very similar. But as I will highlight on the next slide, they are not exactly the same. And there will be some procedural differences that will come up with increasing frequency. But before I get to that, I neglected to mention, with the definition of wetlands, we also adopted a jurisdictional framework for determining when a wetland is also a water of the state. That's worth mentioning because we only have it for wetlands. And yeah. So the next slide, thank you. The differences between waste discharge requirements. So if any of the prior description of the Section 404 program or the description of the procedures sounds a little bit like a foreign language to the regional board folks, it's because the regional board does not typically consider 401 certifications. It goes through your executive officers and it does not come to you. And so I thought it might be worth emphasizing the description of the Section 404 program that Dave gave earlier. It was very helpful, and it highlights how much work the Corps normally does when we have a federal water that's impacted. And all that is all work that the water board can take advantage of when it issues its certification. So that's the Section 404 permit. And then when the water board examines impacts, all it needs to look at is what needs to go beyond what the Corps has already done. When you have no nexus to a federal water, then all of the labor comes to the water boards. So the difference that you will primarily see if you're issuing a waste discharge requirement for dredge or fill material versus a certification are the first two bullets. If it's a waste discharge requirement, it has to go to the board. It won't go through the executive officer. And the public notice requirements are different. For a certification, it's 21 days notice of application. And for a WDR, regulating discharge of dredge or fill materials, it's 30 days of the draft order. So those two procedural differences alone are going to affect the timeline by which you can take regulatory action. It's probably going to be longer. The third bullet, Water Code 13241 factors. This is not limited to dredge or fill materials. This is all waste discharge requirements where you don't have the Clean Water Act. You should be considering your your Water Code 13241 factors. So in City of Burbank versus the State Water Board, the California Supreme Court said where a waste discharge requirement serves as an NPDES permit implementing the requirements of the Clean Water Act, you do not have to consider the 13241 factors. But where there isn't the Clean Water Act, you should. Well, that's the logical extension of Burbank. And so as a reminder, the factors set forth in 13241 are not exhaustive, but it includes things like past, present, and probable future beneficial uses, economic considerations, the development and use of recycled water. So that's another thing to consider for when you have a WDR. And the last bullet is primarily for NPDES permits. So if you issue a waste discharge requirement that also serves as an NPDES permit, you generally don't have to comply with CEQA. When you don't have that NPDES component, you will have to fully comply with CEQA. So that's another significant procedural difference between the two. And with that, I will pass it to Yvonne.
Thanks, Serena. Well, it's a pleasure to see so many regional board members and EOs here today. It's great to be here in person. I don't get to see this group very frequently, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about some of the enforcement challenges that we're going to see as a result of SACIT. I think you heard both David and Serena talk a lot about uncertainty. It seems to be a bit of a theme right now with where our Clean Water Act jurisdiction is. As you know, in your work with the water quality enforcement policy, as enforcers, our goal is for fair, firm, consistent, and transparent enforcement. Enforcement is difficult and resource intensive, even when you have the most clear-cut case. You can only imagine how much more difficult it gets and how much more challenging it can be with a high level of legal uncertainty. I mean, look at water rights. But I mean, just to kind of get into that, as a result of SACIT, we've already seen some increased legal challenges to our existing caseload and our existing enforcement actions. The Office of Enforcement has been working with your staff to look at our existing workload to consider whether or not there needs to be a change in strategy or an authority that we're citing in proceeding, or if we need to kind of go back to the drawing board. More generally, we're working and starting a dialogue in the enforcement roundtables about SACIT and the implications of enforcement, similar to the discussion we're about to embark on here. In the light of SACIT and the limited jurisdictional waters, as Serena and Dave pointed out, we're going to have a shrinking definition of wetlands that meet Clean Water Act jurisdiction and some uncertainty how much farther that shrinking goes. We'll be increasing our reliance on our state authority. Reductions in this Clean Water Act jurisdiction and limiting the availability of some of what we have traditionally relied on for enforcement tools is going to create a need to retool a little bit and to rethink. And there are some significant differences in the authority. Just for example, under the Port of Cologne for former clean WOTUS, former waters of the U.S., or for enforcing WDRs on just state waters, we do have a lower penalty. And we have a little bit more of a reactive stance. Some of our violations for non-NPDES WDRs will require additional notice requirements that brings to the attention of the parties conducting the activity that their activity is subject to our waste discharge reporting requirements, or we'll have to have some other enforceable order in place before we can move directly to imposing liability. So these are just some examples of additional hurdles or challenges we might have. We are going to have to look at and revise some of our enforcement process and our inspection procedures. There will be additional evidence we may need to gather. You can imagine in a circumstance or a situation where there's uncertainty of whether or not you have a waters of the US, a need to collect additional information about the watershed, the points of discharge, things along those lines, in order to establish a clear connection to a traditional waters of the US with a more restrictive definition of the waters of the US. So we'll have to change our thinking on that. Similarly, where we now have a state wetlands versus a federal wetlands, we'll have to get familiar with and deal more directly with our dredge and fill procedures and our new definitions. We've already looked at cleanup and abatement orders where we've had to redirect from doing, let's say, a delineation under the federal Army Corps definition to asking consultants to delineate under our definition of wetlands. We'll also see a potential increase in formal enforcement. And what I mean by this is that in programs that rely heavily on state authority, we tend to rely more on our cleanup and abatement authority and our cease and desist order authority. Those orders become a little more important to having really strong enforceable mechanisms, best management practices, and preventative requirements to prevent discharges to our waters of the state. And if we go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is the enforcement hammer. I had to use the hammer because I always get accused of being the hammer. So there we go. We still have the hammer in protecting former waters of the US. And we still, as Serena pointed out, we have our permit requirements still, waste discharge requirements for all discharges to waters of the state. We have a limited time, dischargers have a limited time to challenge their permit decisions, decisions made by the regional or state board in issuing permits. We also have our injunctive orders, which I just referenced, our cease and desist orders and our cleanup and abatement orders. Again, those are going to be important. They're not just paperwork violations. Those requirements that we often impose in cleanup and abatement orders are preventative. They're there to make sure that we don't have a future discharge. And the enforcement of those orders will become more important in this new paradigm. And then lastly, we still have some administrative penalties. They're a little bit lower. Just for an idea of scale, under the Clean Water Act, our maximum liability can go up to $10,000 per day and $10 per gallon. Under the Port of Cologne, we're limited to $5,000 per day or $10 per gallon. So it's different. But they're still there and they'll still be a deterrent. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So in addition to those tools that I just discussed, even though acknowledging that there are going to be additional constraints and inefficiencies as we get used to our new permitting authority, there are some additional compliance enforcement tools at our disposal that I want encourage folks to think about. Public education about our continuing permitting authority and our need to obtain WDRs, waste discharge requirements, for activities that could potentially impact our waters of the state is really important. Again, enforcement works really well in circumstances where the expectations and the requirements are clear. When you have too much uncertainty, it gets really difficult to expect people to meet your standards that you're imposing. So public education about the ongoing requirement and new permitting paths will be important, and increased field presence. And I say this because now we're in a more reactive stance. It's important for us to understand if there's projects that are going on that could have those kind of impacts, fill into wetlands that are no longer waters of the US, but now waters of the state. And it's important to understand. And when that is happening without permits, and an increased field presence, of course, would be very helpful from an enforcement perspective. I talked a little bit about how we're going to need to change our inspection procedures and our evidence gathering to make sure that when we do get those legal challenges, that we have the information we need in the record to respond to those challenges. Even if in our mind it's clear that it's water of the US, we're still going to get those challenges. There are a lot of unadjudicated questions now, especially when it comes to tributaries and where the lines are. And so it'll be important for us to work closely with our investigative enforcement staff, make sure we have all the information in the record for you when it comes before you. New enforcement strategies to increase efficiencies. Again, traditionally, we've relied heavily on Clean Water Act authority, and we've done a great job as an agency identifying ways to use that authority more effectively and more efficiently. We've done expedited enforcement process and procedures and delegations, and now we have new authorities and we have new challenges, and we'll have to look to where we can get more nimble with those tools and how we can use them more quickly and efficiently with the resources we have. And then last thing to consider that I put up here was protective basin plan prohibitions. Under the Port of Cologne State Authority, basin plan prohibitions are one of those circumstances or situations where you can go straight to enforcement. You've put them on notice that there's a prohibition in that region. Say, for example, you have a wetland that's no longer considered waters of the U.S., but it's a sensitive and important habitat for you. You can consider taking more protective action by adopting a basin plan prohibition. That's a longer term goal, but it's definitely something that's out there, and it's a tool that's currently in our toolbox that you can consider using. And that was a really super quick overview of some of the challenges that we foresee facing as it comes to the new definition of waters of the U.S. and SACIT. And hopefully that was helpful for you, and I'm here for any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Yvonne and Serena and Professor Owen. And if everyone can join me in thanking them first before we turn to our questions. And I'm just going to use moderator's prerogative to kind of summarize how I look at where we are. I mean, first of all, we have seen a seismic shift in the extent of federal jurisdiction over our waters and wetlands. Fortunately, here in California, as you've heard from really all three of the speakers, but particularly from Serena and Yvonne, we are well positioned. We have a program, but I am not going to diminish how much of a challenge this is going to be for us over the next few years. Dave had a great slide up there, talking about how the Corps went from being engineers to an organization composed of engineers and scientists, dedicated to protecting wetlands and waters of the United States. And we have relied heavily on them for the last 50 years at this point. And they're not going to be major players in our space anymore. And that means we are going to have to fill that void, and that's going to be a real challenge. But again, at least we have those laws. At least we had the visionary leaders in California that passed Port of Cologne back in 1969 and allow us to step up. You heard from Serena that most other states, their water quality permitting authority is coextensive with the Clean Water Act. Acutely, if you look within the Colorado River Basin, and the Colorado River continues to be a major source of water supply for the state of California. The Colorado River itself will be protected, but almost every single one of those upland states or upstream states has water quality authority that's bound by the Clean Water Act. And so these open questions about intermittent and ephemeral tributaries in those states will no longer have either federal or state protection. And importantly, even if there is some sort of state protection, the tools that we have in the Clean Water Act to potentially protect California's downstream use of the Colorado River from impacts on those intermittent and ephemeral streams that feed the Colorado River are really in question now. We won't have the powerful tools that the Clean Water Act provides us as co-sovereigns with our sister states to come in and participate in NPDES permitting proceedings or Clean Water Act 404 permitting proceedings in those states. So I'm not trying to scare you. It's important that we've got these authorities in California and we can continue to protect our waters and wetlands, but there are significant impacts that we're going to have to be working through over the next few years. And so with that, let's open it up to questions. And do we have microphones available? And Joaquin, I'll let you this is the chair's prerogative to figure out who gets to actually ask questions. So
No, please feel free to continue moderating, Michael. Any questions? Hands up, and also on the Slido platform, I will read out any questions that anyone decides to type out.
Okay, so Jean-Pierre, Central Coast Region, the question is for you, Yvonne. In your first two bullets, the first one was public education, and the second one, increased field inspection and enforcement, if I recall. Can you share what type of public education efforts you have in mind? And then also share a little bit more about the field inspections. Does it mean you're going to have more staff resource? How are you going to approach that?
So both of those are things I said would be incredibly helpful for enforcement. From the public education perspective, just essentially, and this is something I think everyone's on the same page as, resetting expectations and letting the regulated public understand that there are still permitting requirements. I think in California, folks are fairly savvy, but if you read a lot of national news, you would think, oh, Clean Water Act doesn't apply anymore to my vernal pool in my backyard, or to, you're my wetland, so I'm gonna go out and fill it. And so public education is just, making sure that folks understand we still have a permitting authority, and then what are the pathways to compliance, and making sure that they're well known for the regulated public. And then just when I said more of a field presence, enforcement always wants more of a field presence, but I think now that we're in a more reactive stage, we don't have a state in that we don't have some of our Clean Water Act tools that would allow us to more directly enforce permit terms that maybe are preventative. It's important to be out there to understand what's going on in your regions with former waters of the US. And that's really what that was geared towards. Thanks, Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, Andy Gunther, Region 2. So I have a question about, as a scientist for the lawyers, about what exactly a fact is. As I understand it, what the Supreme Court has said is that a seasonal wetland is not actually a wetland, even though it has its own biodiversity. And it's kind of like saying a spotted owl is not an owl. And I at this basic level, I mean, it seems to me that they have simply defined, it's like editing the dictionary. And can you tell me, am I missing something here, or is it really that, is the decision in essence that political?
So I think there is an important distinction there, that the Sackett decision didn't say that's not a wetland. It says, are we going to protect that wetland from the Clean Water Act? So they didn't adjust the definition of wetland at all. It just means that more will fall out of jurisdiction. So, I mean, my colloquial explanation of what Sackett is Sackett is really like an East Coast perspective of what water is, where we only cover wetlands, where you literally cannot draw a line that excludes the wetlands. And if you can, then that's someone else's problem. And that doesn't fit very well in the arid West, but it did not alter the definition though.
Professor Owen, I don't want to put you on the spot, but from your research, how do you feel about the answer to Board Member Gunther's question?
First off, completely agree with what Serena just said. And then, the other piece of your question was, is this just politics? I think a lot of it is, honestly, and I think it's a combination of politics, a somewhat limited perspective, and I think there's some groupthink going on. And I'm the academic, so I can tell you what I really think. I'm not a government employee. I think the conservatives on the court are very much a sort of insular group. The clerks are all from conservative pathways, and so I think they've been talking to each other and not listening to other people for long enough, which is, it's something we all have to be careful of, that I don't think they even realized how, to put it blunt, like kind of ridiculous some of the stuff that they wrote in this decision really is.
It's kind of the opposite of being conservative because things are not being conserved. They're being destroyed. But I understand. Thank you, Serena. Now I understand what you're saying is that they're not waters of the US, even if they're wet.
So for both Serena, who spends more time thinking about this, and also for Professor Owen, I'm curious. I mean, there does seem to be a narrow pathway. The test that the court has enumerated is relatively permanent, and there does seem to be a gap, or at least a modicum of space for water features that reappear regularly. And I think either of you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And so I think this is going to be one of those areas where, it'll be interesting to see. And obviously, who presides over the EPA in the coming years will be important on this. But there is some opportunity for space to continue at the federal level there. I think it's very constrained. But one thing that both Dave's answer to your question, Andy, as well as part of his description of the decision, the hostility to regulation, especially at the federal level in this space, in the opinion, is palpable. And it greatly faults US EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers when they responded to both the Swank and to the Rapanos decision. It faulted them for trying to, I don't want to say get around, I can't remember the exact language of the decision, but to continue to breathe life into the Clean Water Act after the court tried to kill it. So it'll be very interesting to see how brave US EPA is and how much they're willing to kind of, crack open that door, or at least leave the little bit of door that was left open by the court's decision.
Sure, John Scandura from Water Board 8, and I'm going to steer clear of politics this time. I just want to make sure I understand how the coverage of tributaries has changed because of this decision. So, and especially with respect to ephemeral streams. So basically, if it's a tributary that flows year-round into a river that flows into the ocean, that is waters of the state. That tributary remains waters of the state. Now, if it's ephemeral or intermittent, does that tributary now get covered as strictly a water of the state, or can it still remain a WOTUS?
So I think this goes back to Michael's point a moment ago. So first off, I think you meant to say water of the US at first. Because that clearly is a water of the state before and after. And yes, your first example where you've got continuous flow from a tributary into a larger tributary, eventually into the ocean, or Lake Tahoe or something like that, that is still going to be a water of the United States. And as Michael was saying a moment ago, we know in very general terms what the legal standard is for drawing the lines, that you need a relatively continuous surface connection to navigable, in fact, waters. But, does that mean it's got to have a connection for, predictably for a month or two every year? Permanent, because it's permanent over a long span of time? Does that mean it has to be 9 or 10 months out of the year? The Supreme Court hasn't even begun to answer those questions. I don't think the court was really even thinking about those questions as it wrote its decision. And so there's, in the second scenario you described, there's a tremendous amount of ambiguity.
Yeah, but it seems to me that if it's intermittent or ephemeral, even if it flows into a water of the United States, it's not. That tributary is not a water of the United States. The other question I have is, are we going to have to be looking at doing some basin plan revisions as a result of this decision?
So if I could jump in on the intermittent and ephemeral. So before Sackett, post Rapanos, there were two tests. There was relatively permanent and significant nexus, and either could be a basis for declaring jurisdiction. And the Corps and EPA has Rapanos guidance where they talk about flow and how much flow you need to have to be jurisdictional. And they cover seasonal streams. So I don't want to, we're assuming that they will continue to apply at least that same guidance, if not more. So seasonal streams should be covered. What does that mean? Exactly is going to be hard, but I think it's too far to jump to the conclusion that any non-perennial stream will be excluded from jurisdiction. I think there will be at least some. And I think that's the challenge when you look at maps that talk about ephemeral and intermittent. There's not a universal definition that people use when they're identifying streams like that. And so we don't know whether that label will match up to jurisdictional determinations later. And the second component I wanted to, and then I want to preview, this is a little bit tomorrow's panel, but for the first time, we might also have a big distinction. You might have heard in our collective presentations between NPDS, the 402 program, and Section 404, the dredger fill program. We may be in a situation where you may have some non-perennial tributaries. So technically that tributary is not itself a water of the US anymore, but nevertheless discharges to that tributary will still need NPDS permit coverage because it eventually gets to that perennial stream. And I'm gonna let someone else take the basin plan because I think it's a maybe.
Yeah, no, the basin planning issue, our general perspective initially is that you all are not going to need to go back and revisit your basin plans at this point in time. They have been adopted. They're effective for purposes of state law. They are effective for purposes of federal law to whatever extent that means. There could be downstream, no pun intended, impacts with respect to future TMDLs and future planning actions in terms of what their approvals might look like. But we're not expecting any kind of need to revisit basin plans generally at this point in time. And I just want to make one point, because what John's question is a really good one. And you've heard in the answers that there are a lot of uncertainties here. And let me just say, part of the reason there are uncertainties is because each of the times that the US Supreme Court has gone and looked at this issue, as you've heard, it's been in the context of wetlands. And we can all be kind of cynical about, why that is. It's because the litigants in the case have been, tried to take very sympathetic claims, something that looks like, or at least to some people, just feels like real property that you own, that looks like it's being appropriated for a different purpose, for a public purpose. But it's a common definition, as you've heard in these two programs. And while parties have briefed to the court in both the litigants, as well as what are known as friends of the court briefs, what the ramifications and what the rules should be in the NPDS permitting world. So where you really start to think about these intermittent and ephemeral streams as opposed to wetlands. The court has only given it, and I think Dave in answering the question said, they've only started to crack it open. I mean, there's some lip service that the court said, including Justice Scalia and his 4-person plurality in Rapanos, that basically said, well, this isn't going to really affect the 402 program, the NPDS permitting program that much. We've got a different scheme, da, da, da. But those were just words on a page. He's just paying lip service to the fact that there's a difference without really acknowledging, okay, what does that mean? And now, especially if the relative permanence test is part of the overall scheme applicable to both programs, we have no idea exactly what that will mean for these intermittent and ephemerals. And there's some really bad language in there, but there's some language that does leave a little door open.
Yeah, I want to highlight that whole relative permanence test is one of those things we're going to have to educate the enforcement staff about a little bit more and rely on heavier and collect different evidence and information, because we really relied heavily on the significant nexus test here in California, and that test isn't there anymore. So it's just that's one of those areas where the education and changing our path is going to have to happen.
Join me in thanking the panel. And I apologize. I know there was additional questions, but I apologize because we want to try to keep on time, and just want to thank and acknowledge Michael and the panel, and know that tomorrow we'll be able to continue on. And if you do have questions, feel free to either come up to the panelists or put it onto the app, and we can make sure we have follow-up for you. I know it is a not uncomplicated space, a very critical one, and we're fortunate for Porter Cologne in our ability to try to fill in some of this, but there will be repercussions. And tomorrow, again, we'll dive further into that with our permit panel. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 4:20, and we'll round out with the 3 more updates from the regions, and then we'll be done for the day. So thank you, everyone. All right, everyone. It is 4:22, so let's go ahead and gather back and we can complete today's day at WQCC. All right, everyone. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, a lot of information. I know it can get a bit long here, and just appreciate, though, the space to still have and acknowledge and thank our regional board executive officers and their updates. So thank you. And would you like to kick us off, Susana?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Susana Redondo from Region 4. Thank you for the slides. A story from our region that's considered the most controversial or highest profile, I would say, is Order R4-2023-0353, which was adopted September 28th, 2023. And this was a waste discharge requirements for discharges from irrigated agricultural lands within the Los Angeles region. Starting in 2005, irrigated agriculture was regulated under a series of conditional waivers, WDRs. The new WDRs incorporates two program elements, the previous waivers and the new required state board adopted Eastern San Joaquin order. The permit also includes expanded implementation options. Next slide, please. Agriculture varies greatly in the Los Angeles region, with differences between Los Angeles and Ventura County. 98% of the irrigated agriculture land in our region, 98% of the irrigated agriculture region in the Los Angeles region is in Ventura County and operates different, it varies between the counties as well. Orchards and row crops makes most of the growing operations in Ventura County. A large portion of the active land use in the county is agriculture, and it's an integral part of the cultural and economic identity of the county. Agriculture in Los Angeles County is dominated by small, dispersed nurseries, many of which are tucked away in utility corridors. According to data, water impairments historically and currently arise from agricultural discharges. In fact, there are 17 TMDLs in the region that specifically include load allocations for agriculture. The inclusion of these TMDLs were considered in the development of the WDRs. Next slide, please. The development of the WDRs began in early 2021. The major points of discussion focus on the incorporation of the Eastern San Joaquin order requirements and TMDL compliance to individual discharge limitations triggered by TMDL exceedances. Initially, staff proposed that growers remain subject to TMDLs. Once individual discharge limitations were triggered, growers would be required to conduct individual edge of field sampling to demonstrate compliance. At the July 2022 workshop, Ventura County stakeholders asked for an alternative compliance pathway, proposing a framework in which growers would work with the grow group to develop and implement a farm-level management practice plan to address exceedances. At the conclusion of the meeting, the board directed staff to develop a permit with an alternative compliance pathway. Staff continued to work with stakeholders before and after releasing the administrative draft in April of 2023. In total, more than 30 stakeholder meetings, 4 workshops were conducted to develop the WDR that ultimately was adopted. Next slide, please. One of the biggest concerns for stakeholders was discharge limitations in different agricultural regions. We continue to work with growers and incorporated an alternative path into the tentative order. First, the TMDL benchmark and compliance dates are set based on TMDL as adopted. Any exceedances of the benchmarks after the compliance date triggers the discharge limitations. Los Angeles County growers would demonstrate compliance to the edge of field monitoring, which they already do. On the flip side, Ventura County growers would show compliance by following either track 1, which is individual monitoring, or track 2, farm level management practice plan implementation. The management practice plan would need to be certified by a technical service provider and submitted to the water board for approval. Following approval, growers would have to set time for implementation based on the type and magnitude of practices to be implemented by the plan. Potentially, Ventura has thousands of growers that may be subject to the requirements. A submittal schedule was set based on TMDL deadlines in geography. Next page, or next slide. Thanks. At the September 28th hearing, growers asked for additional allowable time for implementation schedules once a management practice plan is approved. The group had asked for doubling of the time specified in the tentative order. The board discussed the impacts of both extending the timeline and leaving it as proposed. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. The board extended, but not to the extent requested. Additional time was also written into the permit for growers that met the definition for a disadvantaged grower. With the changes, the permit was adopted and unanimously approved, and Norma is one of the board members here that voted for it as well. So thank you. Next, I'll pass it on to Region 5.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think we're dealing good afternoon, everybody. And I know we're the last panel of the day. So basically the shorter, the better is what I'm usually directed when it's the last of the day. Again, I think we're, Susana's presentation was on the regulation of agriculture. I think what I'm going to share with you today is the back end of that, how you deal with the problems created by decades and decades of agricultural practices that have left a lot of nitrates in the ground, contaminating drinking water throughout a vast swath of the Central Valley, particularly in the southern part of our valley, and particularly affecting communities of color and disadvantaged communities. This is a part of the plan, CV salts, basin plan amendments, to get ourselves out of this problem. CV salts is two programs really, primarily. It's a prioritized program, a prioritized nitrate program that deals with the nitrates, 90% of which are from irrigated agriculture and dairies, and a phased salt control program, which is a whole nother story for another day. That is, again, a major, major undertaking. I'm gonna focus primarily on the nitrate control program because this past September, just a few weeks ago, we really achieved a very, very significant milestone in the implementation of the nitrate control program. Next slide. It's coming. So in the nitrate control program, it centers on a few priority 1 management areas. Within the nitrate control program, you have one of two options. You can either choose to come into compliance with water quality standards as that water hits groundwater, or you can join a management zone, which is a collective of growers and municipalities and industries and dairies that are going to work together to achieve long-term compliance with the nitrate standards while simultaneously providing replacement drinking water to the thousands and thousands of Californians who are without safe, clean, and affordable drinking water due to nitrate contamination within those areas. So this is a massive undertaking. And what we found was the vast majority of virtually all the dischargers in the Central Valley cannot and have not been complying with the nitrate standards in their permits. That includes literally hundreds of publicly owned treatment plants. It includes dozens of industrials and industries and industry sectors, nearly all of irrigated agriculture, and the entirety of the dairy industry. So these are the priority 1 management zones. It's actually 6 basins, 6 sub-watersheds governed by 5 Priority 1 management zones. These are the most affected areas within the Central Valley where nitrate standards often are at 50, 60 parts per million when the standard is 10. Standards above 10s can cause impacts to pregnant women and children, cause a potentially fatal syndrome called methaglobinemia, which is blue baby syndrome, essentially robbing infants of all the oxygen that they need to survive. Next slide. What we've been doing throughout this program, and I'll get to the major milestone in just a minute, but what we've been doing in this program since May of 2021 is asking dischargers to conduct massive outreach efforts within those 5 areas to tell people about the program. And it's really tough, actually, to manage a group of dischargers who historically have not interacted well with the communities that they have affected and ensure that they are responsibly and effectively communicating to disadvantaged communities, people who do not speak Spanish, do not speak English as a first language. We have Hmong, we have Spanish, we have varieties of Indian dialects that the outreach materials have been translated into. And the end result is that thousands of households are now receiving replacement drinking water at no cost, while the industries that have polluted the groundwater work on a long-term compliance strategy. Next slide. And this is the segment of discharge, as I mentioned earlier. Many folks cannot comply. Within the Priority 1 management zones, we have 1,183 permittees that have said we cannot comply with the nitrate standard. That is in addition to the thousands and thousands of agricultural growers within the Priority 1 areas that are already in those management zones. All told, we're literally talking about tens of thousands of different dischargers regulated by the Central Valley Water Board that have opted to provide this replacement drinking water and work on long-term solutions. Very small percentage, about 1%, actually can comply with the nitrate standard as it affects groundwater. Shows the scope of the problem in the Central Valley. Next slide. And here is the victory lap, such as it is. We got to celebrate the milestones, even though we're one step along on a 35-year journey towards compliance. This past September, we got the management zone implementation plans, which are the end product of a number of years of negotiations between the dischargers within those 5 priority management zones to produce plans that account for providing replacement drinking water to these communities for the next 35 years, plans for nitrate load reductions within those sectors, including pretty significant load reductions by agricultural sectors, by dairies, upgrades to publicly owned treatment works. None of that is financed yet, but that is the path that they will have to kind of traverse over the next 35 years to ensure that we are in compliance in the Central Valley and that we are adequately meeting the human right to water, which ensures safe, clean, and affordable drinking water to all of those tens of thousands of people within the Central Valley that are dependent on groundwater as their source of drinking water. And with that, we begin the next phase, which is adopting permits for all of those thousands of permittees that put them on a compliance schedule. And as you know, a compliance schedule for groundwater and drinking water triggers the requirements of AB 2108. So we'll be working with the Office of Chief Counsel to figure out how we turn each of those several thousand-page documents into permit language that will be implementable for the years and decades to come. With that, I'll turn it over to you. Lots happening.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Ben Letton, Assistant Executive Officer for Region 6, Lahontan. Good afternoon. And thank you for this opportunity to provide a short and hopefully entertaining and spectacular presentation titled Integrating Tribal Beneficial Use Designations, Racial Equity, and Regional Goals, a Success Story from the Lahontan region. Next slide, please. So the first part of this story starts with the people that inhabited portions of the Lahontan region for hundreds to thousands of years before things like the Clean Water Act and or the California Water Code even existed. The Kutsetica tribe has inhabited Mono Lake and Yosemite region since time memorial. They have been using the waters that flow through this portion of the Lahontan region and parts of the Central Valley for generations. As a regional water board, we have had the opportunity and pleasure to work and meet the amazing people of the Kutsetica tribe, including Dean Tonana, who's represented here, and also Charlotte Lang, the tribal chair, who's also pictured in this slide. This partnership first started prior to the adoption of the cultural and tribal beneficial uses into the Lahontan Waterboard Basin Plan in 2021, and continued after the adoption when the Kutsetica tribe and other tribes in the region requested specific water body designations for those beneficial uses, including Mono Lake. It has been a wonderful opportunity to get to know and learn from Dean and Charlotte and other tribal members and learn about historical and present uses of the waters of Mono Lake and its tributaries. Uses that include, but are not limited to, gathering of the Kutsavi fly larvae at the lake. Additionally, uses include harvesting riparian vegetation and reeds along the shores of those water bodies. We're currently on track for having the package for the Basin Plan Amendment ready for public review in February or early 2024, with a projected adoption hearing in summer of 2024. Next slide, please. The next part of the story, I'd like to share how we introduced the Kutsetica tribe and our staff. And I touched on this a little bit earlier this morning, but in early November 2022, we conducted a face-to-face all staff meeting in Bishop. On the first day, we were at the Bishop Fairgrounds, and on day 2, we visited the Kutsetica tribe in Lee Vining at Mono Lake. At this time, we were in preliminary discussions with the Kutsetica about the tribal beneficial use designations at Mono Lake and its tributaries. So on a very cold and wintry day in November, we drove from Bishop to Lee Vining and met at the community hall there. We watched an amazing documentary about environmental justice issues at the Owens Valley and ate lunch together. We also went on a tour of several key locations around Mono Lake, including a location on the North Shore, which has been a traditional location for harvesting the Kutsavi fly larvae. It was truly an amazing day, shared with the Kutsetica tribe. Their story brought laughter, tears, great discussion, and helped advance an already great relationship between our tribe and our staff and the tribe. I think for many of our staff, the day evoked strong emotions and thoughts about what environmental justice and racial equity really mean, and how efforts made by government agencies like the Water Board can have a strong and lasting impact. I think the day inspired many, and it also set in motion ideas for our own internal racial equity initiative as directed by Resolution 2021-0050. Next slide. Prior to the face-to-face all-staff meeting and our day on the shores of Mono Lake, we had already started to discuss the need for an internal racial equity working group to work on, among other things, development of a Water Board specific racial equity resolution and action plan. I think the inspiration provided by the Kutsetica tribe really helped get the group started and headed in the right direction. So in sometime in the fall of 2022, we formed our own internal racial equity working group. We decided to make it an interdisciplinary team of staff. The racial equity working group has used a lot of tools and technologies to get input from all our staff in a transparent and efficient manner through surveys, SharePoint, regular updates and presentations of draft materials at monthly all staff meetings and updates at board meetings. The group has also been meeting regularly with our units, teams of 6 to 8 people, to provide them with racial equity related resources, updates, solicit feedback on internal documents, and provide a safe place for people to share their thoughts and ideas. The group is planning external workshops and listening sessions for early 2024. And again, we anticipate a resolution to our board in summer of 2024 and a subsequent action plan sometime in 2025. Next slide. In this part of the story, I'll explain how we integrated racial equity and environmental justice into our regional goals. We developed regional goals back in 2021 out of necessity, to be honest. The first Cal EPA engagement survey results were out in early 2021, and we scored very low in a lot of key areas, including leadership, trust, ability to respond to change, and communication. Our goals are listed here in the slide, and we recently added a 5th goal, which is incorporate racial equity and environmental justice considerations into water quality decisions and regulatory actions. One of the great tools that we also developed as a team is something we call line of sight matrix. This matrix is essentially a prioritization rubric that uses our 5 goals and a scoring system to help evaluate all types of key decisions or questions about how to prioritize even day-to-day activities or new and unanticipated work. The line of sight matrix is also integrated into our quarterly work planning meetings that all the teams do now, called 4R days, in which they spend a half day every 3 to 4 months going through a full evaluation of their team or individual work to determine how to reprioritize. So they are working on the most important work that aligns with our regional mission, vision, values, and our goals. These goals, these new tools, and this process has dramatically improved our overall work satisfaction and staff morale. Not only are long tenured staff happy and productive, but we also have recruiting amazing new talent and retaining those folks for long periods of time. Our 2022 CalEP survey results show dramatic improvements in almost every category, and we currently have 1 vacancy and a staff of 83. Next slide, please. So, in a rapid summary, through development of tribal beneficial uses in our region, we have consulted with and developed a strong working relationship with the Mona Lake Kutsetica tribe and other tribes. We introduced our staff to the Kutsetica, and this inspired not only an amazing day with them at Mona Lake, but also initiated greater understanding of environmental justice and racial equity issues, which then inspired formation of our Racial Equity Working Group. The Racial Equity Working Group will be developing a resolution and action plan, which will then provide a vision, strategy, and framework for future engagement with tribes and other disadvantaged communities. And finally, we were so empowered by this whole experience and see such immense value in this racial equity work that we incorporated into our regional goals, so we do not lose sight of the importance of this work, and it just becomes the fabric of what we do and who we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you all 3 for, again, just incredible leadership amongst not, very difficult and complicated issues, but that we have real opportunity to continue to address. And thank you, Ben. I also want to thank and acknowledge Mike Plasiak and his incredible leadership in the region here. I know he can't be with us here today, but he is an incredible part of this, I know, and just want to thank him and thank the regional board for their leadership. Questions? I know we're coming here to the end of the day, but still a lot of good conversation to be had. I want to go Amy, Jean-Pierre, and then Norma, and I will hand this mic to you.
Thank you. Actually, I just have a quick comment to add to our internal racial equity and EJ working group. That is a complete voluntary group of people that are just donating their time because they're so passionate about this issue. And it is not managed by anybody on the executive team. So it's very organic, and I think that approach, the woman who's kind of the main energizer behind this whole thing, just has a wonderful way of inviting people to participate and welcoming people and being very open. And I think it's had a huge impact on the quality of the work that group is doing.
So Mike, Jean-Pierre with the Central Coast region, my question is for you, Susanna. With your freshly minted irrigated land requirements, does it include both for Ventura and LA County any agriculture well monitoring and drinking water wells monitoring?
I believe it does, but I would need to get more information for you. As you mentioned, I'm newly minted, so I have a lot more questions and answers right now.
That's why I prefaced it that way.
Thank you for your question.
Jean-Pierre, you buying another vineyard down south?
Okay, this is Norma Camacho, Region 4. And I think what the thread that is in all your presentations is in your all's ability and your staff's ability to really get out there face to face and work with the community to solve their problems. So I really think that you should be commended for that. It's not an ivory tower syndrome where you try to, work things from above and hopefully it trickles down, but you go out there and solve problems. So I really commend you all for that. And I had one question for Patrick in terms of the development of the priority one management zones. How did that interact or overlay with the groundwater management agency areas and plans? And how did you have to work with that group in order to get into implementation of those programs?
Those maps look pretty similar, don't they? I'm proud to say CV salts predated the Sigma legislation, but I think fundamentally, when you look at the management zones and the groundwater sustainability agencies, the Venn diagram is almost a circle. Not quite, but it's almost a circle in terms of who the leadership is and who's selected for the leadership positions within the groundwater sustainability agencies and the management zones. I do think that, just to be completely honest, there was in the initial drafts, and this is kind of no secret, of the groundwater sustainability plans, only lip service paid to groundwater quality protection, the focus being almost entirely on, making sure that there weren't additional groundwater depletions. There was as they were revised and as DWR commented, and as some of them are making their way towards probationary hearings at the State Water Board, there's increased attention being paid to those. And I think, there's a bit of a relationship there where when you look at, say, a groundwater recharge project or a floodmar project that's happening to help out the Groundwater Sustainability Agency achieve its goals of sustainably managed agriculture and sustainably managed aquifer for everybody, you look at a situation where CV salts and the nitro control program can be a way of getting the right permits lined up so that you're not negatively impacting water quality as you kind of do those groundwater replenishment projects. So I will say it's still in the early stages. I hate to say that because we're years into it, but when you have a problem that's been, 4 or 5 decades in the making, it's going to take some more work to kind of get those synchronized. And we're in the initial phases of evaluating those groundwater management zone implementation plans, and I think there's plenty of call outs in them to groundwater sustainability plans. And we're going to be checking into those and making sure that they overlap in ways that can achieve both of the goals of both projects. So.
Yeah, really appreciate that question, Norma. And, because ultimately there's an incredible amount of interconnectivity between so many of the legal efforts that are out there, let alone things like the racial equity work that I think has really provided, a basis for a discussion here in the regions. And to your point, really help staff better connect with the work and with our purpose here. And that goes as well for CV salts, where so much of that discussion has, again, as you said, taken time, but it's really about bringing folks along with that time to make sure that we're actually addressing this with some urgency as well. So I appreciate that question. And do we have any more questions? I think we do.
So my question is rather selfish. I do applaud you proceeding with all that, and it's like herding cats. I can't believe you made this much progress, and hopefully it continues to. But my question is, do you think it's appropriate for the state board to apply your plan to other regions who might not have groundwater issues, one, and other issues that are totally unrelated, the type of production, the nitrogen inputs and exports that is almost impossible to calculate?
For context, I think talking about the Eastern San Joaquin order potentially, but Patrick.
Yeah, that huge question with a lot of implications there. I think specific to the nitrate control problem, we do, I don't want to say it's a unique situation that we have in the Central Valley, but in terms of its scope, it's unparalleled in the globe, right? You know, in terms of the amount of people in the Central Valley that have nitrate contaminated wells. And you have a $35 billion agricultural industry that those communities are essentially incredibly reliant upon at the same time. So I think that it would be difficult to replicate that precise model in other parts of the state. Now, if you're talking about the East San Joaquin water quality order, I think that is being implemented in other areas of the state. And when you look at components like the development of groundwater protection targets and the, you know, kind of sector specific nitrate kind of recipes for achieving compliance, I think that's incredibly useful. And I think even the state board in its more recent kind of precedential order adjudicating Region 3's ag order essentially said that this is such a complex project, you know, that is being undertaken statewide, that we want to let it kind of spool out a little bit more. And then potentially, you know, we may have expert panels that suggest changes to virtually every agricultural program in the state, but that we're still pretty new at this. You know, I do, you know, as we talk through these problems and these solutions, we do have to recognize that when we're talking about, you know, the Clean Water Act, you know, 50 years of Clean Water Act, 51 years now of the Clean Water Act, the irrigated lands regulatory program, especially as it's concerned with groundwater, only came into existence in 2013. So we're about 10 years into that program. And if you looked at, you know, where we were in 1982 relative to this 1972 passage of Clean Water Act, we still had huge ground to make up. We hadn't figured out how to regulate stormwater. MS4 regulations weren't really even kind of on the drawing books yet. So lots of things still have to happen in the irrigated land sector to achieve long-term compliance and long-term sustainability. SIGMA is part of that, and certainly the regional board's water quality regulation is part of it too.
Thank you for that. Okay, it's bringing us here to the end of our day and the end of our agenda for today. Want to one more time thank the panel and give a round of applause. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9, not 9:30. So just make sure you have that correct for tomorrow. There is an informal kind of just happy hour gathering of folks at Ella's. There aren't too many options kind of close by, but you know, folks will be gathering at Ella's if anyone would like to kind of go over there. I know there folks have different dinner plans as well. Please, if you haven't gotten $20 to Meredith, please remember to do so. Meredith, is there anything else I should leave folks with now before tomorrow morning? Thank you, everyone, for a fantastic first day here at WQCC. Really appreciate the participation. We'll see you tomorrow morning. We're ending tomorrow at about 1 or so folks can get lunch and get flights. Thank you again. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9. See you there.